Hello. So, um, what am I doing this stream for? Good question. I'm not sure myself. And frankly, I considered many times deleting this stream, but here I am because you're here. And if you were not here, I would not be here because I have better things to do. And frankly, if you were to ask me, I think you have better things to do. This is Mother's Day, and um, hopefully, you have the mother of your children in your life. For some reason, only men watch streams like this. But if you don't, hopefully, your mother is still in your life. And if you don't, um, there's many things you could be doing, which is much better than this. Um, I am not doing this because it is a priority for me. I am doing this because it is a priority for other people. Um, and I thought I would show this. So Kyle Mann, who is one of the writers, is he an editor? He is editor in chief of the Babylon Bee. So he did this post about his game collections. So he said, since absolutely nobody asked, here's most of my game collection. Happy to answer any questions. Well, about the ones I've actually gotten to play anyway. And I'm looking at his games, and right there on the shelf on the left, top shelf on the right, is Calvin's Institutes. So I replied, so you think Calvin's Institutes is a game? And he actually liked that tweet. When I found out about Calvinism, I was very, very happy to find out that very, very few Christians actually believe in it, because it's just really, really bad. Will Father Stephen DeYoung be making an appearance? I don't think so. Although he does have a lot of interest. So Father Stephen and I both agree that like we're not interested in most of the fights in the world, um, in matters of theology. I think Father Stephen believes what the Bible says, and I believe what the Bible says, which many Calvinists would say is what Calvinism teaches, which is God. God makes the world. God knows what He's doing, and it is by the grace of God that all things come into being. Right. Um, if you thought that I somehow don't believe in the verses in the Bible which talk about, for example, I was listening. I mean, I was trying to, and I always do try to find the most capable defenses of everything that I attack. And just to be clear, there's a reason why I attack Martin Luther and John Calvin. Because if we let our ideas die, then we don't have to. And John Calvin and Martin Luther were horrible, horrible people, whose theology led them in their life to do horrible, horrible things. And the more they were involved in their theology, the more they were committed to their religious teachings, the more sinful and horrible people they became in their old age. Um, the the thumbnail has the holy martyr Michael Servetus, may God avenge his blood, in the thumbnail for a reason. Michael Servetus was burnt at the stake, yes, by John Calvin, and in Calvin's Geneva, where Calvin had a reign of terror and murdered dozens of people. This is one of the most successful serial murderers in human history. And when it comes down to it, for me, right, by their fruits you shall know them. I believe it's in Kings, it might be in Samuel. David says to Saul, as the ancient proverb goes, by me, Rasha Tetzeh Rasha, evil comes from evil people. Evil acts are caused by evil people. And if you look there in context, right? So Saul was deserving of death, and God delivered him into his hands, and David would not kill him. And that's when he says this. He says, I will not touch you. I will not harm you. Because if God needs evil things to happen, he will make them happen. And I don't need to be a part of this. Right? And so I mean, really, if we're going to deal with Calvinism, the first question becomes, what exactly is Calvinism, right? And where exactly we're going. Why am I doing this video? Because I attack Calvinism constantly, and I make no apologies for that. It is blasphemy. But what does that mean? And at the heart of it, I mean, I am in fact attacking the Trinity, right? So I'm not just talking about the 5 points of Calvinism, right? I would say most people who have, most Christians, since they have not studied theology in Calvin's institutes, and I mean, I don't know even if they belong to a Presbyterian or a Reformed church, right? They may have subscribed to the Westminster Confession or the Canons of Dort, but they likely don't have any clue and of the absolutely horrible things that these confessions say. And they are truly horrible things. For me, Calvinism is just the logical end of the mistakes that Christianity has made since its beginning. Father Stephen DeYoung will tell me that Paul of Tarsus is misinterpreted by Martin Luther and John Calvin. Hello, Rabbi. The Calvinists will say that this is what was taught by Augustine. And obviously the people who believe in Augustine believe that this was what was taught by Paul of Tarsus. But that's as far as you can go. And yeah, I do believe, like the Protestants teach, that this is what Paul taught. But that's because I believe Paul was an agent of Baal, of Satan. And I don't say that lightly. I really don't. Honestly, I mean, I was up at 3 a.m. this morning with indigestion because I don't like. I would prefer to be talking about other things. I would prefer to be spending my time on Fountain of Comfort. I would rather give a positive vision of what the Bible teaches, which is what I spend most of my time doing. but it doesn't get all the attention that this does. And that's why I say that I am here, because this is what people pay attention to. It is what people pay attention to. And what happened was on Twitter, Trip Parker, who many of you know, was Hank was talking about how nobody will come on here to defend Calvinism, and nobody will come on my channel to defend Calvinism, because it is indefensible. It really is. When you are trying to defend Calvinism, you are ultimately only able to defend it because you are talking to Christians who similarly believe that the words of Paul must necessarily be considered as part of their canon and their gospel. Well, I'm sorry, but because Paul directly controverts those teachings which not only Moses and all of the prophets taught, but also that which Jesus taught, right? This is why the Noahide movement was started by Protestants. It really, and it's peopled by Protestants. There's a reason for that. Because when you take it to its logical and horrible, ridiculous conclusion, you end up with thank you, Kazi. You end up with something that is obviously and manifestly false. That is obviously and manifestly against everything the Bible says. And so I have invited people to come onto my channel. I didn't create the Calvinism Disputatio channel on my Discord server. Somebody else did, right? Switzerland, USA, Netherlands, England, Canada are some of the best countries in the world. Look at immigration rate. All of Calvinist origin, bad fruit. So, I mean, I have to say, I don't think the vast majority of the people who were involved in that really subscribe to Calvinism at all. I mean, are you really trying to tell me that all of the people who were going west with nothing but their KJV Bibles were truly invested or even at all familiar with the canons of Dort? Mostly illiterate people. Luke says, I hope Mark Parker can get in here with you, Jacob. Frankly, I really would prefer if we could put these discussions behind us. I would. Here, I'll pull up what ultimately stopped me from deleting the what ultimately stopped me from deleting this. Choosing Death, Suicide and Calvinism in Early Modern Geneva, 16th Century Essays and Studies. Because of Geneva's uniquely rich and well-organized sources, this is the first study to provide reliable evidence on suicide rates for pre-modern Europe. Watt places his findings within a wide range of historical and sociological scholarship. And while suicide was rare through the 17th century, he shows that Geneva experienced an explosion of self-inflicted deaths after 1750. Quite simply, modern Geneva witnessed nothing less than the birth of modern suicide, both in attitudes towards it, through secularized, medicalized, and stripped, thorough secularized, medicalized, and stripped of diabolic undertones and the frequency of it. I Googled Calvinism and suicide. And I mean, that's why we end up discussing it in Fountain of Comfort. That's why I ended up discussing it with Cale Zeldin. Because this is spiritual poison. And Father Stephen says the exact same thing. He attacks Calvinism for the exact same reason, because it is spiritual poison that murders people. I'm sorry, it murders people. What are you going to do about that? So I considered going through the canons of Dort, and if people want me to go through the canons of Dort, I can. I put a link in the chat. This is from the CRCNA website. I considered bringing scripture, but then I literally could not think of a single chapter in the entirety of the Hebrew Bible which does not directly teach against precisely everything that is taught in what I've read in the canons of Dort. I honestly mean this. First of all, ask God. Seriously, pray to God and say, God, show me your way. And if that engenders anything but love for God in your heart, I simply don't believe you. If you truly hate God so much that you are totally depraved, then okay, you are fine. I will believe you. But don't throw that on everyone else. That's a confession about you. It's like Sigmund Freud talking about like wanting to kill his dad and have sex with his mother. It's like, sorry, my dude, but like was never a consideration. Ugh, no. And secondly, open your Bible, the Hebrew Bible. I can't vouch for the Christian Bible, but to any chapter. I could not, maybe there's some chapter somewhere in Chronicles that is just tables of names that does not directly contradict. I mean, I was thinking of even those chapters that are talking about the sacrifices, right? And they're talking about people voluntarily bringing sacrifices. That's what the Bible talks about. Every single chapter of the entirety of the Hebrew Bible directly contradicts everything that is being, which is, to explain the canons of Dort, sure, Trey, but aren't you still in Israel? If you're in Israel and you're going to hop on, I am going to be very, very mad at you. Go, like, travel, do stuff. Unless you're in, you're in Israel. Okay, so shut up and go swimming in the Dead Sea or in the Sea of Galilee, or go to the Shuk. I mean, what time is it in Israel right now? It's 9:20 p.m. on a Sunday night If 9 p.m. is it dead? I guess. If you're in Jerusalem, if you go to Dizengoff, you can sit in a. There should be a coffee house open somewhere. I guess now with the tourism situation, things died down a lot more. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been to Israel in 20 years. Oh, it's Yom HaShoah. Yeah, one of those Zionist made-up holidays. Not a huge fan. Go to Toldos Aaron. I am sure people are not observing Yom HaShoah at Toldos Aaron. Might be the perfect time for you to go. If it wasn't during the Omer, I'm guessing they would actually have some sort of celebration at Toldos Aaron, just to stick it to the Zionists. Okay, back on topic. If you want to jump on, you can jump on, Trey. Anybody wants to jump on can jump on. But why am I doing this video? I'm doing this video because Trip Parker, who he's a very smart guy, but he's never engaged with me or any of my arguments. And I think Hank kind of was goading him because he is, in a way, reformed, to come on my channel and defend Calvinism. And basically what I said to him was, I don't think it's fair for him to come on like so many other people have, just for me to ambush him with a bunch of Jacob's greatest hits. And so he's like, well, do you have a video? And so that he's not going through Jacob's greatest hits. And this was supposed to be the video, but I really haven't been. I've spent the past week trying to think of how exactly I would do this, and literally every single chapter of the Bible. I started at Genesis 1. It's refuting this. Genesis 2, Genesis 3, Genesis 4. Especially Genesis 4, the very short story of Cain and Abel completely refutes this. The Ten Commandments refutes this. Deuteronomy 30 refutes this. Ezekiel 18. I could read the entirety of the book of Jonah. Refutes this. Song of Songs. I literally could not think of anything that is more clearly against everything that the Bible teaches. I used to think that Christians said the horrible things that they do about God because in their tritheism, they thought Old Testament God, this is the God of the Jews, this is not the God that we believe in. And then what happened was I realized, oh my God, they actually believe this stuff. Hello, Trey. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you?
Are you eating falafel?
No, everything closed and I missed out. So I'm eating hummus and meat.
Hummus and meat. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. How was Shabbat?
It was great. It was awesome. I had a great time.
Great time. I saw a picture of you at the Kotel, at the Western Wall. How,
Yeah,
how
yeah, yeah.
that?
It was pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know.
When I
Didn't get
went
any like magical powers or anything like that. So.
when I went to the Western Wall, the most shocking thing was how small it was. Because ever since I was a child, I've seen like pictures of the wall. It's like all kinds of things in Jewish homes, especially. And then I went there, and it's just so small.
Mhm.
And it was kind of disappointing the first time, but after being there a year, it eventually became it. I loved it. I would go there, just spend some time sitting there, um, and
Mhm.
praying. Yep. So tell me,
Calvinism.
what?
Calvinism.
What about Calvinism?
So I've actually been interested in this sort of open theism versus Calvinism debate, and I guess the question comes down to as well as biblical context, as well as philosophical concepts. So, um, how would you square that God is all knowing, but that we have free will? What does that mean? Hmm?
Compatibilism. It's called
So that
compatibilism.
means that, right? So that would mean that
Just
God
that
does know.
God knows, but that God does not cause. And
Hmm?
it's not like I believe in absolute sovereignty. Um, it's not like I believe that we have like. I was listening to Redeemed Zoomer, and he was saying I'm gonna have to look this. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull this up. But he was saying if you were capable of uh, ruining God's plan, you would. And it's like, no, I don't believe you are capable of ruining God's plan. That's not my problem. Yeah, there's a monster under my bed, and it's John Calvin. Um, and the name of the meme is a rosary a day keeps the tulip away. Um, thank you, Emma. Um, so okay, Jacob's greatest hits, Cain and Abel, right? So what? Why was why was Abel capable of killing Abel?
What do you mean?
Cain wanted to kill Abel, right?
I
Why
mean,
did God
well,
let him kill Abel?
I
Did
mean, I feel
God
like that'd be
have
the
to do that?
same question. Well, okay. What does it mean that God walked in the garden?
That's a completely different question. What is
No, they're on the same level.
how are
It's the
those
same thing Philo. The same thing Philo is trying to deal with.
I have no clue how you're relating those two.
How do we compare literary elements with actual ideas of God?
No, that's not a literary element. That we're talking about the idea that Cain killed Abel. That's
Yes.
not a question of God walked in the garden. What does that mean? That's a question of how like why did that, and it doesn't have to be Cain and Abel, right? People kill people. Why are
Yeah.
they why do they have that capacity to kill people?
Um, I don't know. Why does an animal have the ability to kill people?
So the fact is that everything which we are capable of accomplishing, right, God allows us to accomplish. And this is so one of the fights people had with James White, who actually does go around trying to defend Calvinism. And if he wants to come on here, he's more than welcome. But it is that he believes that God, they were throwing the rape thing at him, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh well, if like somebody who got raped, then God allowed that. Yeah, I have no problem with this. God creates evil. The Bible
Yes.
clearly says God creates evil. God
Creates, not
created
allows.
evil. Evil exists because God created it for his reasons. Right?
Mhm.
So I have
Yeah.
zero problem with that. The
Yeah.
problem I have is with the idea that God punishes human beings for things which they had no capacity to do or not do. That's injustice. That's Ezekiel 18 completely being flipped on its head. And
What do you mean, do or not do? Because I think even the Calvinist says that you can't make decisions, right?
they go too far. They actually believe that it is your decisions to do things which is why things happen. Your decisions are not the reason things happen. Your decisions are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the reason things happen.
You're actually being hyper Calvinist right now. But continue.
Call that hyper Calvinism, call that whatever you want. It is what the Bible teaches, right? That's the story of Joseph and his brothers. What you thought for evil, God thought for good. God arranges all things on heaven and earth, every single thing. But
So,
but that does not mean that God will punish you for things that you did not, that for ways in which you did not sin.
well, I don't know.
Genesis 4:7. If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin crouches at the door, and to thee shall it be his desire. Yet thou must rule over him.
Yeah, but I don't. But we do have sin, not because of our own actions.
Says who? Hold on. There is nothing you do that is not because of your own actions, which is a sin which is rightfully punished. You are rightfully punished.
I'm rightfully punished for it.
God punishing people for things that they had no control over is just plain evil.
But there's a difference between.
That is the Calvinist God. The Calvinist God is Satan.
Okay. Why is there death in the world, Jacob?
There's death in the world because God created death.
Okay. So did God have to do that? Did God have to make death?
God didn't have to create at all.
Okay. But he could have made it so that we didn't experience death.
Yes.
Or at the very least.
Could have, but that would not have accomplished what he wants, which is for us. What does God ask of you? To walk with God, to love God. That is what he asks of you. And he's asking. He's giving you that chance.
But that's the point, is that you said that there's no punishments or no evils that will befall you that weren't your choice, and that's not true.
No. I didn't say there's no evils that won't provide. I said punishments. John from Chino Estuary. Which John? Not John Van Donk.
Oh. I know.
There's a few Johns, aren't there? The guy who came with his wife, is that who I'm thinking of? Is that John? Might be. Good things. No, hold on. I did not say no bad things will happen to you. Yes, it is John who came with this. Yeah. Hey. Bad things happen to good people. Hello, John. Sarah says hi. I'm guessing Sarah's your wife. I'm bad with names. Okay, what were we talking about? Yeah, I can't hear a word you said. I can't hear you. Cannot hear you. Um. Okay. So where were we? So Trip. Um. Say something. I think God's all powerful means God in His all powerfulness has decided you should go do more important things than this. You want to see my remodeled bathroom? So May 26th, Sunday, May 26th, 2 weeks from today, from 2 to 7 at my place. We're having a little meetup. Um, and anybody in Los Angeles who would want to come is more than welcome. So, uh, yeah, just bring anybody you want to bring, and you can message me for the address. I would give my address publicly, but there are people who are too stupid to find my address by themselves. No, actually, it's kind of hard to get my address. Um, okay, where were we all in all of this? Oh, Trip. Um, so Trip, I didn't think that it would be fair for him to come on here and for me to just hit him with all of Jacob's greatest hits, and he would just keep on stepping on it over and over again, kind of like my good friend Reverend Cedric Parcells did. Um, so Cannons of Dort. Well, here let's read um, Genesis 4, which is just one of the many ways in which, like, Calvinism. So Calvinists, one of the things they do is they will point to individual verses and be like, slam dunk, and it's like, read whole chapters of the Bible, my friend. Please. So this might not be the best translation here. Let's go to a NKJV, Genesis 4. Here, for you Christians. We'll start at the beginning. Now I can hear you.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Let's go. All right. What we're talking about Calvinism? Yeah, I think it just comes philosophically what you say free will is and what it says that, like, um, God has foreknowledge of something.
There is no causal relationship. I know that you are going to fly to Los Angeles in the
right,
next few days. That does
right.
not mean I caused for you to fly here.
Yeah, but I'm not setting up the system, right? For example, if I put a bunch of thumbtacks around my like child's room, right?
Right,
And then I have the knowledge that he likes a certain spot in the room, right?
right,
And of course, he has free will of not going to it. But I know that he will go to that spot in the room with the thumbtacks, and then he gets hurt. It's like, well, okay, technically, it was his choice to go on the thumbtacks, right? But I set up all the preconditions, and I had the foreknowledge that he would go on the thumbtacks.
right.
Like,
But
if
but
I,
again, you did not cause him to do that. Right.
um,
So history is a demonstration that God has always known and does know what we will do.
he did
And
not cause it, but he is responsible for it, right?
well, to the degree. and this is why God's perfect omniscience and omnipotence matters, right? So,
Yeah.
and this is actually what Tanya spends a lot of time talking about, which is why I spend far more time talking about Tanya than I do Calvinism, right? He talks about how we are only responsible for that amount of thing that we have a capacity to be responsible for, right? So most things in our lives we have no capacity. I can't decide whether the United States goes to war or not, right? I am
Yeah.
only responsible for that which God has given me a capacity to influence. But God does care, and that's why he says to Cain, right? If you improve, it will be accepted. All God asks for you is to turn to him. That is all God asks.
Right, but God knows whether someone will turn to him or not.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't understand what you're.
Compatibilism, like we're going around
No,
that.
no, 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 no.
Like
I think you can have free
compatibilism has
will.
okay, Trey.
Good.
Compatibilism. Go look it up. Like, there's no reason for us to debate
I am a
compatibilism.
compatibilist. I am a compatibilist. I know
Okay,
exactly what
so
you're
then
talking
what are
about.
you talking about? There's
Right,
nothing
but
to talk about.
there's a difference between responsibility as well as free will, right? So for example, we can make choices, right? But no one knows what those choices are going to be. For example, you can give me the same event, right? And I can make a different choice based on the information, right? Like
Trey,
for
what are
example,
you trying to prove?
I'm trying to talk about what we mean by compatibilism, right? But there's a difference between understanding what somebody's actions are going to be in a situation. Like, how do you think that you can tempt somebody else?
That I can tempt someone else? Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that there you have responsibility in tempting somebody else?
Yes, definitely. The Bible says that
Okay.
quite clearly.
Right, but that wouldn't make sense because in tempting somebody, you are sort of understanding where
No,
their free will is going to
no.
go.
Okay, Trey, you're
Yes.
just going over the arguments of compatibilism, and like there's
No, 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 no.
there's
I'm
nothing
talking about
here.
responsibility. I'm talking about responsibility, which are two different things, right?
No, they're like, okay, compatibilism is the idea that foreknowledge does not equal causation. You
Right,
are
but that's not what I'm.
you are responsible only for your choices.
No, but no, no. I so causation is that basically you're setting an event in motion,
Causation
right?
doesn't matter. Your choices do not necessarily
No,
lead
no,
to.
no, no. Wait. This is a very important point. So we're basically saying that basically something can cause your previous actions, but you can still have decisions for them, right? That's what we're defining compatibilism as, right?
No.
What are you defining compatibilism as?
Compatibilism is it is compatible for God to have foreknowledge of what we do, and
Mm-hmm.
even though it is what we decide to do.
Okay, that's not the definition of compatibilism I was told. Is that things?
I can look up compatibilism. I am pretty sure.
Sure.
Compat- Compatibilism. Stanford Encyclopedia Dictionary. Compatibilism offers a solution to the free will problem, which concerns a disputed incompatibility between free will and determinism. Compatibilism
Mm-hmm.
is the thesis that free will is compatible with determinism
Yes.
because free will is typically taken to be a necessary condition of moral responsibility. Compatibilism
Yes.
is sometimes expressed as a thesis about the compatibility between moral responsibility and determinism.
Right.
Okay, so I guess it is sometimes talked about in those terms.
Okay, so that's how I understand it. That basically there could be a cause for your actions, but it doesn't mean that you're not responsible for your own actions, or you
Um,
didn't have a choice in those actions.
Theologically, I don't see how this is at all relevant.
Because there's a difference between I'm trying because basically what you're saying compatibilism. I'm like, wait. Something can be determined, right? And
Okay.
free will can still exist, but we're talking about a separate category, responsibility. And I gave you the scenario, right, of the baby and the Tic Tacs, right? The baby has free will, the Tic Tacs exists, right? And it's determined that the baby will probably step on the Tic Tacs, right?
Okay.
Now, I am not,
But it's not
I,
fair. It's not fair for you to hold that baby responsible.
but there's levels of responsibility. I'm giving you a simple scenario.
Trey, are you saying we're babies?
I'm giving you a simple scenario so then we can then go on to bigger concepts of humans itself, right?
No, your scenario. I see. I see no relationship. First of all, with Calvinism at all, you're like going off in a completely different route.
No, because Calvinism, right, is just the questions of the philosophy of God's authority
Um,
and
Trey,
foreknowledge.
Trey, there's a reason I said only come on if you know Calvinism well. Like, Tripp, listening to
All right,
this is
fine,
going to be like,
fine. What
hold
is
on,
open
hold
theism?
on,
What is
Trey.
open theism? What is
Trey,
open theism? Tell me
Trey,
what open theism is.
Trey. Um, Tripp, there's a reason I'm doing this. I'm doing it for Tripp, right? And I'm doing it for Tripp because he's going to say Jacob doesn't have any clue what Calvinism is about, right? And he's going to come on here and saying all kinds of weird things. And that's exactly what you're doing. So you're not helping things at all, Trey. I agree with you. Would be evil to punish the baby for hurting themselves on the tax. However, the natural consequences of the baby getting hurt aren't evil in the same way. Yeah, like evil is completely like the question of responsibility and evil is completely separate from the condition that Trey's bringing up. And now I will unmute you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. If you don't like the baby scenario, we can give a Jordan Peterson scenario. So,
Trey, stop. How is this related to Calvinism?
because it is a question of time, okay? It is a question of how God works in time and
Okay,
God's
Trey,
foreknowledge in time.
stop. Thank you. Um, you're just bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. KL says Unitarian Sam just talked to an author with a different theory of time. I'll have to do more research. I think Trey is right. This is basically the issue of our inability to understand the time. Oh God. If this is what you guys want to talk about, we can talk about time. I believe in the B theory of time.
You believe in B theory of time? Wait,
Yep.
wait. Is B theory is that it's a circle or no? Okay.
B theory,
B theory is a straight
B
line,
theory
right?
of time is that each point of time is independent of each other point of time. There is no causal link between 2 points of time.
I gotta look at that definition because I thought
B theory of time. Let's look up B theory of time.
so. Okay, I'll just tell you. So William Lane Craig, who's a big fan of open theism and tries to counteract Calvinism, basically says that God has entered into time, and because he's entered into time, he doesn't know everyone's
Okay,
actions.
William Lane Craig has all of the worst ideas in Christianity that are even worse than Calvinism.
He is probably one of the most popular Christian philosophers we have today.
I know, which is sad.
He, again, his work on time, so his book On Time, he basically tried to say, how does God relate to time? And he
Here,
says,
we'll
God
go
must
to
enter
your
time.
favorite source, which is like Wikipedia, so you can have your thing. The B theory of time, also called the tenseless theory of time, is one of two positions regarding the temporal ordering of events in the philosophy of time. B theorists argue that the flow of time is only a subjective illusion of human consciousness, that the past, present, and future are equally real, and that time is tenseless. Temporal becoming is not an objective feature of reality. Therefore, there's nothing privileged about the present, ontologically speaking.
I mean, I guess that would flesh out your ideas of causation, because then you could say that nothing was technically caused.
God creates every moment at every point.
No, but what it's saying is that when we say past, present, future, those are not correct descriptions.
For God, ontologically, God is
No,
outside of time.
for everything.
No, we are inside time.
Right, but what is it describing time as? If you're saying we subscribe to the B theory of time,
Each point
says
is distinct, and God creates each point independently.
no, but it also says it's an illusion if you scroll up.
Yeah.
So therefore, when you say that God caused something, that is more or less like a metaphor. God didn't actually cause it. It's more a metaphor saying
No,
time
no,
acts this way.
no.
That's what B theory is saying. That's what B theory is saying.
But B theory doesn't talk about God at all. This is a theory of time.
I
are
asked you what was your theory
all
of
kinds of things that have nothing to do with each other, Trey.
I asked you what was your theory of time. You said I subscribe to B theory of time.
I
And I was like,
do,
that's
yeah.
crazy. And I said, this is the implications of it.
Okay, so you have bad capacity to make non sequitur things. What am I supposed to do with that?
No, you asked what was the definition of B theory time. We pulled it up, and then you said, "Oh no, that isn't my definition."
That's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said. Please, people in the chat, verify me.
The B theory of time, also called the tenseless theory of time, is one of two positions regarding the temporal ordering of events in the philosophy of time. B theorists argue that the flow of time is only a subjective illusion of human consciousness, that the past, present, and future are equally real, and that time is tenseless. Temporal becoming is not an objective feature of reality. Therefore, there's nothing privileged about the present, ontologically speaking. I believe that's true.
Mm-hmm. So, like, that's this point is usually used in discussions on the Kalam, basically saying that we can't say that something was caused if you subscribe to the B theory of time, because you can't really describe causation as the past, present, and future are all happening at the same moment.
I have no clue what you're trying to say.
That's why you don't know Calvinism. I mean, this is
Yeah,
where the
I don't know
conversation
Calvinism
goes.
because of the B theory of time, because the canons of
Yes.
Torch talk about time. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, if you want to understand where Calvinism is at now and where the current conversation is the question on time.
But we're talking about Calvin, John Calvin. He was a person who lived 500 years ago, and I am not aware that he describes time in his institutes at all.
You said Calvinism,
Yeah.
right? I don't think people are only sticking with exactly what John Calvin wrote.
So Trey, one more time, right? This stream was here for people who believe in Calvinism, and that's people who call themselves Calvinists, to defend their beliefs, not for you to talk about where you think Calvinism should be and what would be logical. Like, you're not a Calvinist, Trey.
I mean, I understand the argument for it. I think I kind of get it.
No,
I think it makes sense.
I think you don't get it at all.
I think it's. I guess it's the. I kind of agree. I guess.
You're talking about things that are complete, like the canons. I was thinking of going through the canons of Dort. Like, you've taken this everywhere other than total depravity, unconditional. What is it? I always forget the U. Limited atonement, irresistible grace, and perseverance of saints. Like, you've taken it everywhere, but the 5 main points of Calvin.
Wait. Benjamin, Calvinists believe in the B theory of time?
I don't know.
He says in the chat.
Apparently, he says they do.
He's with me. He's with me.
Yeah, Machadish b'chol yom tuvo. Exactly. Yeah, the B theory of time is explicitly taught in Judaism.
I don't. No, but that's. I think that's a different point. So like you could say that God sustains time, or that God basically allows time to continue.
I have zero clue how we started with Calvinism and got to the theories of time.
Because you're not following Calvinism, right? Like if no one
Yes,
is a
I don't
Calvinist.
believe Calvinism at
No
all.
one,
What does that have to do with Calvinism?
because no one subscribes to exactly what John Calvin said, right? They've evolved past those ideas and they've developed his theories into a better way. That's why they call themselves Reformed, not just Calvinists, right? Like we're using.
Okay, so there was a reason I was going to address the canons of Dort, because the canons of Dort are things that Calvinists actually subscribe to, unlike talking about the A or B theory of time, which I guarantee you there's no CRC church where somebody is preaching from the pulpit about the A and B theories of time.
I think James White has talked about the A and B theory of time,
James
as well as
White may have, in fact, but I guarantee you that that Paul Vanderklay has never spoken about the B theory of time from the pulpit.
Right. I mean I guess, but that's like a different question of like how many like pastors have talked about divine simplicity on the pulpit.
Exactly. That's why I was going to talk about the canons of Dort, which are one of the things that people in Calvinist churches actually talk about, as opposed to these things you came up with, which have nothing to do with it.
Right, but okay, but also what I'm saying is you think Calvinism is stupid, but you're not understanding any of the philosophical debates on what God is or God's foreknowledge.
Hold on. I 100% believe in God's foreknowledge. I 100% believe in God's sovereignty. I 100% believe, like, I have no idea why you're making this about what I believe.
Because that leads to Calvinism.
What I believe leads to Calvinism?
Yeah, but that depends on your theories of time. But I would say that
apparently I should get off my own channel. Trey, this is your channel. I should stop talking about Calvinism because obviously I don't get it.
You asked, come on stream if you have an argument for Calvinism, and my
no,
argument
that's
for
not
Calvinism.
That is not what the pinned thing says at all. That's not what it said. What is the pinned?
If you're for Calvinism,
no, that's not what it says. If you know Calvinism well, please feel free to jump on.
And then I asked you, I was like, oh.
And I said, you're in Israel, you should be doing better things. KL, apparently people think you're cooking.
I'm cooking the soup. Let's go.
I have no idea how people think you're cooking.
I mean, I could just explain it, I guess.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it's similar to the problem of evil. I'm not saying I fully agree with it. I just don't know a way out of it, right? I guess I'm going to ask you a question about evil, and if this doesn't work, I'll move on to a different point. Do you think God has any relation to evil?
God created evil.
How did he create evil?
I don't know how God creates things.
So, okay, well, let's go to the example of Job, where it is the example that evil happens. Do you think Satan caused Job to suffer, or did God basically cause Job to suffer?
You are linking suffering with evil. Suffering and evil are two different things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but I would ask the question: what is God's relation to Job's suffering?
God very clearly allowed Job suffer.
Okay, but he knew he was going to suffer, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he put all the placements for him to suffer. So he allowed Satan to exist. He allowed the challenge to exist. He
Yes.
allowed every single part to exist.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
What does that have? What does any of that have to do with evil?
Okay. So in the Bible, there's an example where if you have a house, right, and you don't do the construction well, and let's say somebody is walking and they get crushed under that house, you are
Right.
technically responsible for that, right? But the person didn't have to walk by that house, and technically you
Correct.
didn't really cause that house, right?
What?
I would be interested.
I have no
Okay,
clue what you're saying.
you do understand what I'm saying because
No.
you're agreeing with the points in the Bible. I'm going to mention it, that how these two ideas connect. Okay, we'll follow through. If you want me to give actual syllogistic statements, I can do that. But I feel like you should be able to walk with me here on this, right? So we have the example of Job. God created all the elements for Job to suffer, right?
Okay.
And we see in the Bible, someone is liable by creating all the elements for somebody else to suffer because they didn't create a good house.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
So the person, if the house falls on the person, they technically did not cause them to
God
pretty
is
much.
responsible for all of the suffering that happens in the world. Yes.
Okay, then you're a Calvinist. Boom, done.
No, I'm not a Calvinist.
So that means that if somebody is, let's say, going to go to different levels of suffering, God is responsible for that. I don't know if you're saying
Yes,
God is
God is
responsible for all those.
responsible for all of the good things and all of the bad things that
Then,
happen.
then, then we're a Calvinist. Like, then you're there.
No, I am not a Calvinist.
No, because you're saying that God is deciding pretty much who is going where.
Yes,
God is basically allowing the conditions for somebody to go to. I know you don't believe in hell, but like, just follow me with this.
I think Manuel, for the first time, I agree with him. Jacob is a Calvinist, can confirm that's why he's doing this stream. Because I'm a Calvinist.
But
Or you have no clue what Calvinism is. One of those two things.
you know, I'll find. I think that you like. I don't understand what a Calvinist would disagree with on those points.
On those points, they wouldn't disagree with any of it.
Right.
I'm disagreeing with them on the canons of Dort.
Okay, not that Calvinism is true.
No, Calvinism is defined by the canons of Dort.
Not that like Reformed theology.
Hold on, Trey.
is true.
Calvinists are Trinitarians, right?
Yes.
And I disagree with Calvinism, right?
Right.
So I'm not a Calvinist.
Okay, so you're saying if
I'm saying that
you
the
agree with
differences that there are differences between my view and those of Calvinists, and the differences that matter are the relevant ones. Like
okay, so it has
the
nothing
5
to
main
do.
points in the canon of Dort.
So
That's
it has nothing to do with predestination. Then this is an important thing to clarify. It has nothing to do with predestination.
I believe that God knew from before I was ever born everything that I would do.
Okay, so then it's just semantics then.
No, not at all.
I mean, it kind of is.
No,
I mean,
it isn't in any way whatsoever. Like, if you apparently think the Trinity is completely less important than the A or B theory of time to Calvinists and Jews. Like, Jews and Calvinists, because they both agree on the B theory of time, the Trinity is completely irrelevant.
no. How you argue for the Trinity is talking about what is the nature of persons, and you start going down that route. Okay.
Okay, but you realize, okay, so this is making clear where I disagree with Calvinists.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
that you think, oh, this is something Calvinists believe, and since Jacob agrees, like Hitler was a vegetarian, Jacob is a vegetarian.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Jacob,
Your
that is
actions.
exactly what you are doing.
No, because I stepped you through pretty much you posted a meme about Calvinism with Jesus, right? And you pretty much agree to all those precepts,
What are you
right? Like I
talking
walked you down that path, and you said yes, I agree to all that. So
about? Okay, let
like
me
even
pull
though
up
the
the meme.
Jesus meme is
No,
funny.
I did not agree at all in any way, shape, or form. No,
Mhm.
there was no agreement whatsoever with this meme. Here, let me pull it up. Why did somebody unpin this meme? Let me pin this meme. No, it's there. Okay,
I think we need Franco on this stream to help me out because
who's Franco?
Nathaniel.
Okay, so this is the meme.
Yes.
Conversations with Calvinist Jesus. Master, what
Yes.
must I do to inherit eternal life? Nothing, as I've assigned you to hell.
Yeah.
Like, I do not in any way believe in anything that this is represented.
I think you do. It's just you don't understand the acceptance of your beliefs. Like if you say if God is responsible for your eternal salvation, then in
I
some
did
sense,
not say that.
does God create? Does God create pretty much? Is God
I
responsible for all the
said,
good and all the suffering? Is God responsible for all the good and all the suffering?
Trey,
Yes.
please try.
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying, and then repeat. Like, tell me what I said, again. Okay. So listen to what I say. Okay.
Yeah.
God created the world and placed us in it, knowing what we would do, with the capacity to choose life and death. And our responsibility is only for that choice, which we were freely given the capacity to make.
Okay. So when God created, He knew which creations would end up where.
Yes,
Correct.
correct.
Yes. So
Correct.
God knew that some people would approach Jesus and try to repent, but knew that they wouldn't repent at all.
Well, that's beside the point. I think anybody who tried to approach Jesus didn't repent at all. Like it's whether you approach God, not Jesus. Like if you approach Jesus, then yeah, you are going to hell.
Okay. So God knew that some people would earnestly
Yes,
try
some
to
people
approach
would
God.
turn towards God, and some people would turn towards Jesus. He knew that. Yes.
Right. Right. And
Yes.
He knew that basically some people would not have the capacity to do that. For example, Pharaoh.
No. So yeah, some people. So you have limited choices, and you are only responsible for those choices that God has given you, which you can freely choose for.
Right. So I'm
Not
confused where you disagree
everything.
with me.
You don't have free will in all aspects of your life. There are
Right. There's
certain things
agreements.
you have free
Agreements.
will for, and
Yes.
only those things are you ever responsible for.
Honestly, I just keep hearing you're a Calvinist. Like you have to explicitly say what in this meme is incorrect. Like say, I do not believe that God knows who will repent and who will not.
So we're again going back to compatibilism. Just because I know
No, that's not
something,
it. That's
yes,
not it. That's not it.
Just
No,
because
no.
I know
We can
something
pull up the philosophy
doesn't
paper. That's
mean
not
I
it.
caused it.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Yes, that is
You do
precisely.
this thing. You do this thing. You go from causation to responsibility, and eventually I'll say, no, we're not talking about causation. We're talking about responsibility, and eventually I'll move you over to responsibility, and then last minute you'll say, oh no, I don't like the implications of that. Then I'm gonna go backwards.
So Chazi wants me to explain symptom.
Okay.
So symptom is the idea that God constricts himself, he limits himself so that we have free choice.
Okay. Yeah. Open theism. Yeah. God does not know all of our actions.
No, I did not say that at all.
Okay. It's just so
Trey, try to actually. Will you please
No,
explain my
I
position?
do.
No,
I
Trey.
do, but it's like,
No, Trey. Stop.
yes.
Explain my position. What am I saying?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know your position
I know
because
you don't
you
know my
keep
position
jumping
because you
around.
refuse to listen to my position.
No, but you also don't know, like, philosophically where you're going with these things. You're talking about theological concepts where you're
Oh,
like, oh,
okay.
I haven't
So
read where
Trey,
people
you
have
don't know
developed
what I
upon this.
think, but you've decided that you do know what the uh, what what the results of what I think is. Like,
No,
what
because
do
I don't
you?
know what you think because you aren't consistent. That's the difference.
I am very consistent. Like, this is not just my belief. This is what Orthodox Judaism teaches and has for clearly at least for hundreds of years, and I would say thousands of years. Like,
Uh,
you're
uh,
making it sound like I'm making things up for myself. I am just reiterating the Orthodox Jewish beliefs.
okay, so you didn't mention this whole idea of tzitzum. I don't know
Symptom,
how to pronounce it. Yeah,
symptom.
right, right. Because basically, you said that no, God has all knowledge. Like,
God
if
has
we had
all
a
knowledge. We have limited knowledge, and that's why
right,
we don't understand. That's why we have so Hester Esther Panai al Kol Hara'ah. I shall surely hide my face because of all the evil. The Deuteronomy 29:29, I believe that is. Right? So God hides his face so that we have a capacity to, in the dark, make the determinations without understanding the complete ramifications of our thing, so that once the veil is removed, it will be obvious to us that it was our own choice.
okay. So tzitzum, I want to just clarify terms. Yes. Um, are we saying that God? How does God's knowledge factor into this definition? So, what does it mean
God
that
has
God
perfect
does this?
knowledge, we have imperfect knowledge.
Okay. So, are you saying that God restricts His knowledge, or does
God,
He?
I said God has perfect knowledge, we have imperfect knowledge.
Okay. Do you think God learns things? So, do you think there's things inside God's mind that are new?
No, God does not learn things. No,
God does not learn things.
no,
Uh.
God does not change.
Okay. I'm really now. I don't know how. I I think you have to say that God doesn't know things to maintain open theism and
Okay,
non-Calvinism.
I don't believe in open theism.
I think you do
Okay, first I was a Calvinist, now I'm an open theist.
because you mentioned Tzitzim or whatever, right? And
No, I'm actually a Jew.
uh,
Like, you're in Israel right now. You are
yeah,
surrounded by a civilization founded on these beliefs, and it's not Calvinism and it's not open theism.
I'm trying to give descriptions of philosophical terms and which sort of coincide with it. Okay,
Okay, so
that's all
this
I'm trying to
was
say.
a point I
But
did want to make for Trip was, yeah, part of the problem he will have in trying to defend Calvinism is I will not fit into his definitions because my beliefs are I am not bound by Christian beliefs.
right. So I'm just gonna let you in a little bit on the open theism versus Calvinism debate. Is that many open theists? So if you want to like look at where things are going, I recommend Idol Killer. Um, he is somebody who's an anti-Calvinist, pretty much, and he sort of gives his descriptions on things, and he was going against Calvinists. So Calvinists, their main contention, from what I understand, is that basically they're making when if you're an open theist, you're making God into a like Thor. because you're giving him limitations. And if you accept that God doesn't have any limitations and God has all knowledge, that would mean that basically when God decided to create, he would know each and every person's decisions. That was in God's brain. And if you say that God can't learn things, I don't understand how that wouldn't be true.
God knew from the very beginning, one more time, right?
Yes. Yes.
Just because I know you're going to fly to the United States doesn't mean I caused it. Thank you.
But that, okay. But are you, okay. But what about responsibility? That's the key question. I'm not talking about causation. I'm talking about
You are
responsibility.
only responsible for those things which you had a choice in. The raw dog thing sounds. This is the first time I've heard him Chazi say it, and I'm not. That sounds like a very, very minority opinion.
Okay. I mean, I feel like we've gone around in circles because I'm going to
Yes,
mention okay.
from the
Okay.
very beginning.
No, because you're not understanding. You're not understanding the story
Oh,
of Job.
that must be it. I'm not understanding. That must be
Okay.
it, right? It couldn't
No.
possibly
Actually,
be that you're not understanding.
clarify me. Okay. Clarify to me, right?
Yeah.
Is God responsible for the suffering? Responsible, the
Yes.
suffering that Job caused. Okay.
Yes.
But God didn't cause it, correct?
Yes, he caused it. I have no idea what you're saying.
Just
Mark,
because I fly in a plane doesn't mean I caused the
I don't
plane.
actually know you. Could you turn on your video, please? I just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, it is you. Hey, hello, Mark.
Sorry. Hey, how you doing, Hayes? Jacob, sorry. How you doing? Just got out of church, so I'm not just catching up.
Okay.
No, I just really quickly, I just wanted to invite you to do a more formal debate because you asserted the idea that Calvinism is indefensible. I think I'm quoting you correctly.
I have. Yes.
Okay. And I think that's a worthwhile. That's actually a subject that's debatable in a formal style. And I'm thinking not too formal, but something kind of intelligent squared.
Yeah.
It would be moderated over specific questions, timed statements and responses, and then an opportunity for question and answer. Something like that.
I don't like I don't like formal debates like that because I think that now we have a with long form we don't have to worry, like, if two people are seriously talking with each other, which is what I like about long form, right? So the reason I was making this video is because I've invited. Do you know Trip? Uh,
No.
so so he has an MDiv, really smart guy. I invited him to come on and discuss Calvinism with me, and the reason for this stream was so that I could give him some way of understanding my positions before he came on, so that we wouldn't be regurgitating, like I wouldn't be going over Jacob's greatest hits all over again, right?
Right.
So I don't like formal debates. I prefer if two people honestly engage ideas together, two people who
Okay.
actually understand what's going on and understand, you know, and so I've tried to make it absolutely clear, right? And I was thinking of going through the canons of Dort, what my position is, so that if somebody wants to, like, I don't like the surprise, I don't like, and that's what a lot of formal debates are. I would like somebody who actually knows Calvinism well to lay out their arguments with as much time as they want, right? And for me to actually lay out my arguments with clearly, right? And what has happened so far every time somebody who is reformed has come on is they keep on stepping into my traps, which aren't actual traps, but like I am so used to responding. For example, like when somebody talks about the potter, right? What does the potter have to say to the right?
Yeah.
The pot have to say to the potter? Like I have standard like
Yeah.
answers to this stuff, and I didn't want it to be a surprise. That's what I don't like about preparing for a formal debate, is like we're trying to somehow surprise each other, which I don't think is
Well, that wouldn't be my intention, Jacob. It would be more of, like I said, a very specific question. I mean, you laid out a very specific claim. Calvinism is indefensible.
yes.
There's an affirmative possession and an oppositional
But
position you can take.
you have to define Calvinism, right? So there's a reason why I put Servetus on the thumbnail, right?
Okay.
I think Calvinism is indefensible because Calvin, in that situation, acted like Caiaphas. He didn't act like Jesus. That's like you paint the two together, right? Servetus was the one who was acting in a Jesus-like manner, and I think that settles it. But most people will say, I'm not defending Calvin when I'm saying Calvinism, and that's why I was thinking of talking about the canons of Dort. It depends on the person I am speaking to, right? Mm-hmm. What they think. I think Calvin was a horrible human being whose beliefs caused him to become more and more horrible as a human being as he progressed in those beliefs. That's why I think Calvinism is indefensible.
Well, Calvinism, the more I study him, the more interesting he becomes to me, because he had 3 young children who died. They never made it to adulthood. And he had a wife he lost as well that he loved very much. So much of what's painted about Calvinism, so much of the history of Calvinism, of Calvin himself, has been written by his enemies or by people who opposed him, including John Wesley, who really disliked Calvinism. There's a lot that's unappealing about Reformed theology that is put upon Calvin. So when we're talking about Calvinism, we're really talking about Reformed theology of a certain period, and it's more than one mind at work, and it's kind of theology by committee, really, in some ways. And I think some of what you object to is probably a result of how it formed. But if, say, the question, part of the problem that I have with not having a formal debate, Jacob, would be I don't want to get into a Pine Creek situation. I'm coming briefly onto your channel to just discuss a discussion, but I don't want to be Pine Creeked. You know, are you acquainted with Doug at Pine Creek? He's an atheist. He tries to lure ill-equipped theists onto his channel so that he can make them look like idiots.
I hope
and he has control of that, you know. I
hope that's not anything I have ever done on my channel. There's a reason why I put on my thing, if you know Calvinism well, I don't like shooting fish in a barrel. Let's put it that way, right? I have always tried to have the best representative, and that's why I've invited only the people who actually know who are familiar with Calvin and Calvinism to come and discuss this stuff. All I am trying to do is answer the questions people ask of me as a Jew of how do you respond to these beliefs. And the fact is that, frankly, every single chapter of the Hebrew Bible screams out that the theology described in the in the canons of Dort is is diametrically opposed to everything that the Hebrew Bible teaches. Like I was considering just going through the canons of Dort, because like when I read it, like it's not that I can point to one scripture or two scripture, like it seems diametrically opposed to Genesis 1 through Malachi 3.
Yeah, that would be an interesting study. I'm not sure. I'm not a Calvinist, by the way, but I do believe it's defensible as a serious religious point of view. And that was why because it is interesting that you can't seem to get real Calvinists on board with you to have a discussion. Now, maybe again, they don't like the format. They don't like they want neutral. They want more neutral ground. I do think even if you didn't have a formal debate structure, I think a moderated discussion would not be might be a good compromise.
I think
Say Hezi. Go ahead.
I think Sam would make a great moderator if somebody is.
Yeah, he would be. He would.
Sam Titteman, if somebody wants to have that discussion with Sam, honestly, this live stream, I made it just so I wouldn't be ambushing Tripp if he does decide to come on. Because I don't like ambushes. Like how does that help anyone? Right.
I get it. Okay. Well, my friend, think about. I don't have time to even discuss Calvinism in any depth right now. I'm already at my limit.
Well, you also said you're not a Calvinist yourself.
No, I don't. But I don't. I'm also. Yeah, I attend the Church of Christ, and I came, and it's not even technically Protestant. It's a movement, late American or 19th century American Christian movement that came out of the Second Great Awakening. Although, and they would have been they were partly comprised of Presbyterians, Free Will Baptists, and Methodists. So and I'm not even strictly Church of Christ. My view is, if anything, I would describe myself as a Pauline Christian, and I know you don't have a very high view of Paul. So, and that to me, if you wanted to discuss my views, that would be a discussion about Paul would be a way of discussing my views. But I think Calvin and Reformed theology is not necessarily an unreasonable interpretation of Pauline theology.
I actually believe Calvinists get Paul right, but I believe that Paul is diametrically opposed to that which the Bible and Jesus taught.
Well, I think you that's a stretch, because considering how much of the Hebrew scriptures Paul draws from, as well as Jesus.
I would say he misinterprets. I mean, so James Tabor, I'm not sure if you've heard of him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Love me some James. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so James Tabor yesterday put out yet another of his Lost in Translation, where he explains how Paul completely misinterprets and misstates that which the biblical verses he claims to be talking about say. Like, that's James Tabor. There's a reason why the Noahide movement, which I'm here to help try foster, exists, is because when you go down that Protestant, it's almost all Protestants, former Protestants who are now Noahides, is when you truly study Paul, and you try to understand what he is saying. And frankly, I mean, so I don't know. Have you heard of Tovia Singer? Tovia Singer,
It's not.
he's much more famous among Christians than he is among Jews. But he's an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, and he basically seems to agree that Jesus and Paul agreed with each other, and they're completely against what the Hebrew Bible teaches. The difference between me and Tovia Singer is I put Jesus on the other side of Paul and the Hebrew Bible. But what is perfectly clear, I think, and I think where Protestants end up going and why the Noahide movement has become a thing is when you read Paul and then you go and read what the Hebrew Bible says, it's obvious that he's a liar and a charlatan.
Well, that's a provocative claim. I think what you're objecting to, or what you're seeking, is a perfect synthesis between Christianity and the old Hebrew scriptures,
That's
the Old
what
Testament.
Stephen does.
And I don't think you're ever. I don't think you even have a perfect synthesis within the Hebrew scriptures from Genesis to Malachi. I think that you have what you have is an evolution. Sorry to use a modern term, but you have an evolution of thought, or a progressive revelation that develops over time through many centuries, many generations of people, cultural, historical events that shape what becomes Judaism. And you really don't even have Judaism until, as we know it, as you know it intimately, until the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the complete destruction of Judean culture and the diaspora, and which then has to reform itself, rebuild itself, which the rabbis do so brilliantly, but through so much sacrifice and effort, again over a lot of time. Then you have what we have is modern Judaism. And it's a historical progression, and I also believe it's a divine work of God that occurred, but it is not. It cannot be perfectly synthesized. You can't make the Bronze Age understanding of God perfectly synthesized with what happened post Second Temple Judaism. Now it's even more so. The leap is even greater with Christianity, which in some ways you can argue Jesus and Paul predate modern Judaism, or what we come to know modern Judaism, because because Christianity was already taking shape in the first century, while you still had a temple. Once the temple goes, then the Bar Kokhba rebellion follows later, and then the population is completely dispersed, and then Judaism begins, as we know it, begins to take shape. Are you following some of my thinking there? Is that what I'm saying is you're seeking a synthesis that cannot be had.
I hear you, and what you are describing is the Christian way of looking at it. I don't think it is in any way accurate. I don't think it's historically defensible, and I will explain why. So, as far as Judaism is concerned, the teachings of Judaism that are legitimate are only those things which were taught to Moses on Mount Sinai, which is the 5 books of Moses, and anything that comes after, including the prophets and the writings, and then and all of the things which we have as the oral law, are those things which expand upon and teach and help us better understand that which was revealed to Moses on Mount Sinai, right? And I hear the way you're looking at it. You're thinking of progressive revelation. You're thinking, but as far as we and my belief is that the prophets, after the destruction of the first temple, not the second temple, but after the destruction of the first temple, the prophets like Hosea and Isaiah, right, very clearly establish an alternative to the temple system, which was operating during the life of Jesus and Paul. The synagogues existed, and Pharisaic Judaism, or whatever you want to call it, is simply the continuation of the tradition of the prophets, going all the way back to Moses in the trajectory that was set at Sinai. And that trajectory is greater and greater revelation of that which Moses taught, and it is only valid if it is in line with, that is, Moses is my standard for anything, right? Anything that anyone teaches which does not conform to that which Moses taught from Sinai is invalid.
Well, you do have, though. I mean, Moses. Well, I think you have serious Jewish scholars and Jewish textual critics, who would say that, for example, Deuteronomy is a later work. Later, that is, it came possibly around the period of Josiah, the king,
right,
and was introduced as a work of Moses, when in fact we don't know where it came from, but their argument is that it's considered part of the Pentateuch.
yeah.
Sorry for the Greek, but I don't.
5 books of Moses, yeah.
The 5 books of Moses. It's the 5th book, but that Deuteronomy is a later work, and then they'll say that the textual critics, of course, as you know, would argue that Genesis certainly isn't a singular work. It's a quilt, a patchwork of traditions integrated into a single work. And then the question is when did that happen? When did that editorial process begin and end? I don't know if any of that. I don't find textual criticism necessarily helpful. I'm perfectly happy to call it the 5 books of Moses, even if the history of it is not strictly didn't come from the pen of Moses, or whatever quill or whatever he used. It's still a cohesive work that I think is worth grappling with for spiritual purposes.
So
for life development. So
I mean,
but there's still progression there. There's still evolution. It's still there are oral traditions and then later written traditions that are integrated between the Bronze Age and the various stages of the Iron Age until we get to something like the 5 books of Moses. I think all scholarship, and I'm not a scholar. I'm not a biblical scholar in that way. I have to respect their work because some of it is very serious, and including James Tabor, people like him take it very seriously. So I defer to them on their expertise and I'll argue, but I think the fact that what their findings support that kind of Protestant Christian view of Scripture.
So
it's evolutionary.
when my first semester in college, I took an ancient history course, and I wrote my term paper on who wrote Deuteronomy, and what I said was it was written much later than Moses, and so I, over the years, through my engagement with the Torah and with Judaism, I have become increasingly convinced that the historical way, which I am perfectly aware of all of the people who are in fact very much into this history, and
I suspected as much. I wouldn't have thought otherwise.
I am aware of it. I reject it, and I have come to reject it because I do believe that when you look at certainly the Dead Sea Scrolls, I mean, the revelation of the Dead Sea Scrolls for me, and the fact I don't think people have completely, really digested the import of the revelation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Um,
What did they show you that would contradict modern scholarship?
well, one thing they have shown quite clearly is that the text of the Hebrew Bible is far more clearly and cleanly transmitted from generation to generation through the Hebrew scribal tradition than anybody really at all thought, and even I thought. So when I studied Talmud, so the Talmud was written hundreds of years after the destruction of the Second Temple. And while being completely Orthodox, and it's not outside of Orthodox Judaism to believe that the rabbis who were in the Talmud were trying to understand the history of what was going on during the Second Temple period. And they may have anachronistically understood things imperfectly. Like that's not in any way heretical to Orthodox Judaism. And that's what I believe. When I read 4QMMT, which is from the fourth cave, that's what 4Q means. And it's only been reconstructed over the past 20, 30 years. I was gobsmacked. I was absolutely, like, my mouth was literally open in how my doubt of the rabbis of the Talmud was completely obliterated. They actually were describing Second Temple Judaism better than anybody really imagined. That may have been, certainly me thought it was possible that they had the history completely correct. And so for me, everything I have seen in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and frankly, I mean, I hate to throw Chezi and the Zionists a bone, but when you look at the fact that now a majority of Jews have come back to live in the land of Israel, like I don't think the people who open their map and see the word Israel has suddenly reappeared on that map after almost 2,000 years. I don't think they're completely crazy in linking that to what are astounding, in Isaiah and the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is a complete book of Isaiah from before the time of Jesus, which has been found. I actually got to see it in Jerusalem. It was amazing. Like the fact that Isaiah was able to say, my house will be called a house of prayer for all nations, right? Like the fact that has so obviously become true 2,300 years, certainly after the great Isaiah scroll was written, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's, I will put that up against anything any textual critic ever said, right? Like even 50 years ago, certainly 100 years ago, the idea that would be actually literally true was inconceivable. And today, billions of people, Trey was in Jerusalem right now when he was on, because he went to visit the Temple Mount, and he's not Jewish. I hope he doesn't mind me showing this. I'm sure he doesn't, or I wouldn't show it. But this picture, that's Trey standing at the Western Wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was just taken recently, today, I think. Right? So
Yeah.
for me, I'm aware of the textual critics, but my God has been bigger than all of the human thinking ever. And that's why the 5 books of Moses have guided me throughout my life, right? Is as I have believed in them more and more exactly, the more blessed I have been, and the more I have become convinced that it is true.
Well, it wouldn't ever be my purpose, Jacob, to undermine your faith in a debate. If I thought that would happen, I would, or that wouldn't certainly be my goal in any kind of discussion with you. As I said on Nate's channel in Grail Country, I'm more and more of the view that Christians are the junior partner in this project. That in Paul's language, we are grafted into the promises of Israel by faith. We're not grafted into the practices, but we are including the Torah in that sense, in the sense that we are free as Christians, as Gentile Christians, to follow Christ without cutting our bodies, so to speak. But we are grafted by faith into Israel by the work of Jesus Christ. You don't have to believe that.
I don't.
You're natural Israel. Okay? And that's okay with me. And I have to live with that tension. You have to live with the tension that Jesus lives in enough of us to make it convincing, to make it difficult. And we have to live with the fact that we are the junior partner. We came after you. But we're all in the work. God is working in us both.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something magnificent about it. And I am absolutely convinced, even if you are not, I don't know, that Israel's resurrection as a political entity on the world stage is a miracle and a fulfillment of prophecy. And while I can be very, very disappointed and discouraged by some of the decisions and the policies of the current government of Israel, I still respect God's work and the fulfillment of prophecy and the reality of our scripture that we share together. But that is your scripture first, and I respect that. And I, in a sense, I will defer to it in the sense that I will not. My goal is not to. I will not argue with the rabbis. I will not. I won't even argue with you about your interpretation and view of scripture per se, in the sense of trying to win a fight. I will, as I suggested, and I'm running out of battery because I somehow forgot to plug my phone in last night. So I've really got to go. But I will say that I think some Christians who call themselves Calvinists are not unreasonable, and that their faith is defensible as such. Is it the most mature? Is it the best view? obviously, if I don't call myself a Calvinist, I think that it is not the best. It's not the best theology for me, but I'm also not an Arminian. I just prefer to think of myself as a kind of plain dressed, Nicene, Pauline Christian. Going much beyond that, I feel the rope gets thinner and thinner. So I can only go so far
I
with calling myself, labeling myself this or that.
Yeah.
Maybe it seems like we can have a reasonable discussion. I wasn't sure we would be able to. It seems like we can. I'd like to explore more when I have more time and more battery. And if you're welcome to it,
Yeah.
well, I'll at least try to pay attention to your channel when I can. Or if you want to set something up, my email is on my channel, so you can
Well,
click over and connect with me there.
we'll talk. It sounds like we have a lot we can discuss, and yeah,
It does.
yeah.
It does. Thank you, my brother. God bless.
God
Take
bless you.
care.
Bye. Yeah, I mean, Mark definitely won the beard game, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with judging arguments by beards. I am definitely on board with that. Jacob playing nice. Jacob never plays nice. What are you saying? Not going to talk too much about Israel and Zionism because, frankly, I'm just tired of it. Sam would be a great moderator. Yeah. Lance, Calvinism will recede as modernity is receding. As people are exposed outside of their Enlightenment reform bubbles, the tenets of Calvinism will be seen for what they are. Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with that. Ethnic churches are dissolving. National established churches are almost gone. I don't know about that. Not sure. Jacob, do you have to believe that Moses actually wrote the 5 books, or is it enough to say that they somehow come from the tradition of Moses? I understand the contours of Orthodox Judaism to allow someone to believe that it is not necessarily that Moses, the text we have now of the 5 books of Moses, is letter for letter precisely what Moses himself wrote. I think Rabbi Mullet would disagree with me, but ultimately, so let me be 100% clear. My views, I am defending what someone could possibly believe and still be an Orthodox Jew. I am not describing my own views. My views are that, to the best of my knowledge, Moses himself sat down and wrote literally the Torah from Bereshit all the way to Israel. Le'nei Kol Israel. The first 3 words are Bereshit bara Elokim, and the last 3 words are Le'nei Kol Israel. And the best of my knowledge, my capacity to understand, is that the man Moses, who led the Jews out of Israel, out of Egypt, on Mount Sinai, ascended to heaven and brought down the Torah ultimately, before his death or shortly after his death, as Israel was entering the land of Israel, as the people of Israel were entering the land of Israel, it was literally written. So there was a scroll which was written by the hand of Moses with Bereshit all the way down to maybe Le'ene Kol Israel was written by Joshua. That is my personal belief. Do I believe that it is possible to be within the contours of Orthodox Judaism and believe that it was that not every single letter was written literally by Moses himself? I think it is still possible to be an Orthodox Jew, whether or not it's even possible to be within the 13 principles as Maimonides understood them, which I do believe is incumbent on Orthodox Jews. I think there might be an argument to be had there, but ultimately, what's most important is here. I'll read the one thing I did prepare, which I did not actually show people. Where is it? This is from Avot of Rabbi Natan, which is available on Sepharia. This is chapter 6, and on Sepharia, it's paragraph 2, and another explanation become dirty in the dust of their feet. This refers to Rabbi Eliezer, and drink in their words thirstily. This refers to Rabbi Akiva. What were the origins of Rabbi Akiva? They say that he was 40 years old and had still not learned anything. Once he was standing at the mouth of a well, and he said, "Who carved a hole in this stone?" They said to him, "It is from the water which constantly falls on it, day after day." And they said, "Akiva, don't you know this from the verse, Job 14:19, water erodes stones?" Rabbi Akiva immediately applied this all the more so to himself. He said, if something soft can carve something hard, then all the more so the words of Torah, which are like steel, can engrave themselves on my heart, which is but flesh and blood. He immediately went to start studying Torah. He went with his son, and they sat down by the school teachers. He said to one, "Rabbi, teach me Torah." He then took hold of one end of the tablet, and his son took hold of the other end. The teacher wrote down Aleph and Bet for him, and he learned them, Aleph to Tav, and he learned them, the book of Leviticus, and he learned it. So you can read the rest of that if you like. But I have a belief that if we turn towards God, Karov Hashem l'chol korav l'chol asher yikrohu be'emet. Close is God to all who call upon him, all who truly call upon him. And frankly, I think that's all that is basically necessary. So, yeah. Anything else? Solid conversation win for TLC. So, okay. There's a ton of people watching. If more people want to jump on, this did not end up being the video that I intended to make for, well, here, maybe I should actually talk about the canons of Dort. So what I have to say is that when you look at the canons of Dort, So let me explain what the canons of Dort first are. So there was Jacob Arminius who disagreed with certain things that Calvin taught, and in response to the Arminianism, the Synod of Dort made the Canons of Dort, which in 4 points addressed the 5 points of the Arminians, and this eventually led to Tulip, which is the basic understanding of 5-point Calvinism. And it's adopted by the Reformed Church in America and the CRCNA. It's part of what's called the 3 forms of unity. And like, if you're getting down to core Calvinism, what I have heard from reliable sources is, while the Westminster Confessions and other more British Knox confessions are even more directly expanding on the canons of Dort, this is the most loosely held and broadly accepted expression of the 5 points of Calvinism. And from beginning to end, like, when I read this is diametrically opposed to that which the Bible teaches. So here, we'll go through some of the main points. So while there are 5 points that the Arminians made, what happened was, at the canons of Dort are in 4 main points. The third and fourth main point 3, 4. And it's apparently not tulip in order, but it is what it is. So the first main point of doctrine, and like everything here are things I find to be repellent, repugnant, and contrary to that which the Hebrew Bible clearly teaches from beginning to end. So the judgment concerning divine predestination, which the Synod declares to be in agreement with the Word of God, and accepted till now in the Reformed churches, set forth in several articles. Article 1, God's right to condemn all people. Since all people have sinned in Adam and have come under the sentence of curse and eternal death, God would have done no one an injustice if it had been his will to leave the entire human race in sin and under the curse, and to condemn them on account of their sin, as the apostle, and this was one of the things that just very clearly came to me, like, there, it's the apostle, it's all about Paul. And I do think they have Paul correctly. I think that just proves that Paul doesn't understand anything about the Hebrew Bible. I don't actually think Paul knew Hebrew. I don't think he had ever truly studied the Hebrew Bible, because I don't think anyone who had could have said the things that he said. Father Stephen DeYoung would say, and somebody asked me earlier if I would say that that's just cope. Yeah, ultimately I do think it is just cope. I think it is an attempt to make Paul actually be in unison with the rest of the Bible, and I think it fails. So as the apostle says, the whole world is liable to the condemnation of God, Romans 3:19. All have sinned and are deprived of the glory of God, Romans 3:23, and the wages of sin is death. This is obviously completely wrong and against everything that the Hebrew Bible teaches. Just read the first few chapters of Genesis, and you will see that God very clearly says here, Genesis 4, like, this is right after the Adam and Eve, who had sinned, were thrown out of the garden, right? Now, Adam knew his Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have acquired a man from the Lord. Then she bore again, this time his brother Abel. Now, Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and their fat. And the Lord respected Abel and his offering. Not sure I like that, but I'd say turn towards. But he did not respect Cain and his offering. And Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. So the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door, and its desire is for you, but you shall rule over it. Now Cain talked to Abel his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? He said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. So you are cursed from the earth, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you. A fugitive and a vagabond, you shall be on the earth. And Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Surely you have driven me out this day from the face of the ground. I shall be hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and vagabond on the earth. And it will happen that anyone who finds me will kill me. And the Lord said to him, therefore, whoever kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark on Cain, lest anyone finding him should kill him. Now, is this consonant with what it says here about because of Adam's sin, God, it would not have been an injustice? Like, this is completely contradictory. And no, we don't believe that in intergenerational sin. Ezekiel 18 clearly says not. And the Ten Commandments clearly says that God visits the sins of those who hate him onto the third and fourth generation. First of all, it's visits. It doesn't mean they are guilty of it, but we pollute our environment with our sins and make the world a worse place. But to say that God would have done no one an injustice if it had been his will to leave the entire race in sin and under the curse because of the sin of Adam, like this is ridiculous. This is absolutely. Hello, Fuad. Thank you for dropping by. If you want to join, you're more than welcome. This is part of why. Actually, I was listening to one of your streams, and somebody was, and they were pointing to the Hebrew Bible, one of my favorite Psalms, and from it, we're taking the Calvinist idea that God didn't. And it was like, oh my God, no, this is not how we understand those verses at all. So, yeah, this is just, I'm sorry, incomprehensible and completely wrong. I don't know what to say. Like every single point they make is reliant on things which are completely antithetical to that which the Bible clearly teaches. God is just. Do I need to read Ezekiel 18? Here, I will read Ezekiel 18. Ezekiel 18. Um, the word of the Lord came to me again, saying, what mean you that you use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, says the Lord God, you shall not have occasion any more to use this proverb in Israel. Behold, all souls are mine, as the soul of the Father, but so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sins, it shall die. Hello, Fuad.
Hey, shalom, Jacob. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Interesting topic.
You couldn't hear you so well.
Can you hear me now?
No,
Okay,
your
just
sound suddenly became a lot less. It's hard to hear you. Yeah, not sure what happened.
Is that
Now
better?
better.
Okay.
A little bit
Okay.
better. Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I was saying very interesting topic. It's like I would have to catch up on the entire stream. Just hopped on, but it just saddens me sometimes. I actually like the way I talk to Jews about Tanakh. It's very different than I'll talk about me personally, right? Than how I talk to Christians about Tanakh, because they actually have a really poor understanding of Tanakh. And the more, like, I'm a student of knowledge, I'm still learning. That's why I reach out to you or Brother Yosef or whomever I've known from your channel.
Mm.
And the more I actually study, the more I realize it's very unfortunate how most Christians have such poor understanding of Tanakh. And some of them, they will actually shamelessly say that yes, you have to look at the Tanakh from the lens of the New Testament. You have to read it in there. So it's like, how do you argue with somebody like that when the concept of sacrificial system, the concept of sin, the concept of God, the concept of 10 commandments? Like, we tell them, look, out of the 613 commandments, if I'm not mistaken, Jacob, teshuvah is part of it, right?
Correct. Yes. So repenting and so God knows, and look, this is one of the things. So when Calvinists argue with other Christians, the other Christians can't say to them what Muslims and Jews can say, which is because what a Calvinist will say to a Christian is, so why do we need the sacrifice of Jesus? And both a Muslim and a Jew can say, no, you can turn to God without Jesus. Whereas a Christian feels that they must, in fact, say that Jesus and his crucifixion is a necessary part of reconciliation with God, which, I'm sorry, it's why do you need anyone other than God? The Hebrew Bible, as it was understood for thousands of years before the advent of Christianity, and clearly was that you can turn to God. Isaiah 1 clearly says, I don't want your sacrifices. I want you to turn towards God. The entire book of Isaiah says that quite clearly, right? And like we were discussing, we have a copy of the book of Isaiah from hundreds of years before Jesus. A complete copy of the book of Isaiah from before the time of Jesus, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so, and that had a meaning. There's a reason why it was so beloved by Christians and Jews at the time of Jesus, because it had a meaning that was comprehensible at the time. This is one of the things that I think Jews and Muslims agree on completely, which is that God's message has been the same since the very beginning.
Correct.
God's message has not changed.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I was actually talking to my own wife about Calvinism today. And I don't know, like, how it came to my mind. I think I probably saw you you scheduled a show
Mm-hmm.
yesterday, I think. probably I read that, and probably that stuck in my mind, and
Yeah.
started talking to my wife about this, because she's a Calvinist, obviously, right?
Oh,
She's
she
a-
is.
yes.
I thought she was Pentecostal or something. I thought she
No,
was
no, no. She's not Pentecostal.
okay. She's Reformed. Interesting.
Yeah. So I was talking to her about this. I said, Do you realize like how weird this concept is? And then on top of that, when you talk to them about Christians doing these horrible things, and they point towards, and they're like, well, they're not true Christians. I'm like, but you're Calvinist. You do believe that there's like, I was like, do you hear yourself, like how ridiculous that argument is? It's like, as a Calvinist, you believe all of us are just sinful and we're just filthy and there's nothing we can do. So then how can you turn around and point towards a Christian saying, oh, it's not a true Christian? I was like, who is? I was like, can you introduce me to this person so I can interview this person? This guy
No, I
needs to
mean,
be on television.
so there's a reason why Michael Servetus, who I personally view as a holy martyr, may God avenge his blood, was on the thumbnail of this stream. The fact is, Calvin murdered people, dozens of people. We believe he put over 50 people to death, and he put Michael Servetus to death solely for denying the Trinity, solely for believing in one God. And part of what they charged him with was he teaches, like the Jews and the Muslims do, that there is only one God and no Trinity. And that's what he was convicted of and burnt at the stake for. And so, as far as I'm concerned, he's a shaheed, right? He died. He was convicted and murdered by John Calvin simply for proclaiming the unity of God, that there is only one God. Like, I cannot think of a better death than this, right? So, and to take Calvin over Servetus, I think this is one of the reasons that I've been trying to get more engagement between Muslims and the Christians in what's called the Jordan Peterson sphere. And I know Jordan Peterson isn't the favorite of a lot of Muslims out there, but
He never was. At least mine. Like even before all this controversy, to be honest with you, I never really liked him. I just felt like he's a snake.
Really,
yeah.
I very much like the man. I very much like the man.
I know. I mean, because he talks really good about the Jews and the Christianity. So obviously, you guys would have your biases. But just like I never understood why you could never get a straightforward answer out of a person of his intellect.
About God.
No, about any topic, like his interview that you may have watched when he went to, I think, London, to the mosque with Muhammad Hijab, right? Just like, like he turned into a meme where he was like, what do you mean about this? What do you mean about that? Like, just a straightforward question, and just he makes you just constant gaslighting and constant, just makes you think like, what the heck do words even mean? Like, what am I saying?
Look, Hijab was asking questions to which he already knew Peterson's answers. From what I think I watched the entire thing. I don't think he asked a single thing, which, I mean, that's what Muhammad Hijab is like. He's like an attorney. And one of the first things they teach you in law school is you never ask a witness a question you don't already know his answer to, right? That's the whole point. So, yeah, he is very vague about certain things. And those things which he feels least qualified to answer. He doesn't consider himself a religious scholar. And he's, as far as I know, he's never proclaimed himself to be a religious scholar. Part of the reason people like Paul Vanderklay and me find him interesting is because people are turning to what he has to say about religion, despite the fact that he is asking the most vague and amorphous questions. He's not presenting a religious view that is beyond the idea that religion is necessary. And frankly, I think that it's brought a lot of people, including I believe many Muslims, back to Islam. Um, yeah, so I don't think he's being dishonest. I don't think he is answering things in ways. Um, I think he has intellectual humility and does not answer questions to which he does not feel that he knows the answers to. And I respect that about him. Now, Muhammad Hijab wanted him to say certain things and asked those questions, and I think uh, wanted to expose him because there are many Muslims who did like him a lot more. I mean, um, yeah. So I don't agree with that with the characterization you were giving of
No, see the okay. So I'll explain to you my point of view. Apart from, like, even before the Muhammad hijab, and I think I even mentioned that on your stream. I don't like the guy much because I'm always allergic to or I just find it very insincere. First of all, like, you mentioned that he's not a scholar. So what is he doing talking about theology in the first place? What is he doing in his seminars talking and calling, our prophet, peace upon him, a warlord? When he himself admitted within that same seminar, I don't know much about Islam. Yes, but so many people are listening to these seminars, and it's being televised all over the internet. And so many people actually started actually picking up those shorts and clipping them on TikToks and whatnot. And you and I, we both know very well that most of these, whether they be practicing Christians or non-practicing Christians, which is the majority population in the West these days, right? They don't even pick up their own Bible to study. That the entire Bible is riddled with prophets killing people left and right, starting with Numbers 31, first, second Samuel, whatever, all of them. So it's cognitive dissonance, and then comparing Jesus, who was not what you call it, a king. He was never put in an authoritative state to actually be killing people. Even if he wanted, he couldn't, because he was subservient to the Roman government. So the comparison is horrible. If anything, the first, let's say, 13 or 10 years of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him's life, when he was in Mecca before he migrated to Medina, those could be compared to Jesus' life, because he did not, and most people don't even know this. Like, you and I, we both know when you're actually a law-bearing prophet, like Moses, like, Samuel, like Joshua, David, Solomon, etc. You have to take certain decisions, and that would include capital punishment, right? Your Bible is riddled with this, so when he actually makes ignorant statements like that, it makes him look stupid, idiotic in
for
front of those.
okay.
Yeah.
So I have to say, now we're getting into the specifics of certain criticisms he made with of Islam. I generally don't like getting into this debate because I think it's not fruitful. If the I Jordan Peterson honestly says what he thinks, and honestly explains that his view is limited, and he admits that. So if somebody is turning to him for questions on Islam, right? So it's the same thing with me. I don't know Arabic. I am not the greatest student of Islam. I know then I've heard the names of the four mazhabs, but I don't actually really understand them at all, or I couldn't name them. So if somebody is asking me questions about Islam, they're obviously asking the wrong person. I am in no way a scholar on Islam. Actually, when people ask me about Christianity, I think they're asking the wrong person. I am, frankly, when they ask me about Judaism, I think I'm no great scholar, right? But each of us has to speak as best we can about what we know. And I may be wrong. I suspect that I'm wrong on things I say about those things which I am most knowledgeable about, right? And so I think what you're taking is you don't like the things that he said, and you're ascribing to him things like being a charlatan or gaslighting. You use that word gaslighting a lot. I don't think he's gaslighting anyone. He is explaining his best understanding. And I thought it was incredibly brave of him to go into a mosque and to have a discussion with Muhammad Hijab. And I thought that the way Muhammad Hijab treated him was disgraceful. It was completely.
Okay, now I have to push back. Now there, I totally disagree, because now you're maligning somebody from my religion, which I totally disagree with. Because first of all, Jordan Peterson, what does he think when he steps into a religious platform, being interviewed? What does he think? Muhammad Hijab is going to ask him about, what is your favorite pop song? Of course not. He is accepting. Yeah.
No. So if he accepted an invitation that Hijab extended.
Yes.
So why did Hijab extend that invitation?
To talk about theology, which he wanted to talk about all along.
Who admitted from the very beginning that he is no scholar of Islam.
Then why is he talking about Islam? Why was he talking about Islam in the in his seminars?
Because he talks about relevant. Islam is an important part of the world's thing, and he was explaining how he best understands it. That's not gaslighting.
Jacob, with all due respect,
if Hijab wanted, hold on, Fawad.
Yeah.
If Hijab wanted to educate him, what he could have done and should have done was, in fact, do what I think Jonathan Pajot has said, and I believe Jordan Peterson has said the invitation was for, to have a nice discussion. And Hijab deliberately turned it into an interrogation and deliberately turned it confrontational, which I understand it was to his benefit. Hijab is much less known than Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson could have just ignored him. Nobody would have said anything else. So, yes, I am maligning Hijab because the way he acted was disgraceful.
I would have to totally 100% disagree with that, because unless you want to be specific about something, because all of his questions, look, if I remember correctly, and I may be paraphrasing because I don't remember his exact verbatim words, but it was questions like, if it was proven to you that Christianity is false, right, which you and we both agree it is false, right?
Right.
It is not properly preserved. And if somebody proves to you that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he is an actual prophet, right? Will you then accept Islam? So, the best answer out of ignorance, you could, like, if you're ignorant about a subject, you should be like, you know what? I'm intrigued. I want to hear what you have to say further, right? Instead, if you turn around and you go like, what do you mean about true? What do you mean about, this? What do you mean about accept? What like, it's, come on, Jacob, you and I, we both know words have meanings,
Hijab knew perfectly well what he was asking. Jordan Peterson has many hours of video, and anybody who wants to can go and watch how Peterson has treated respectfully the Muslims that he has invited onto his platform. And anybody who wants, and I do recommend to go and watch the discussion where Jonathan Pajot and Jordan Peterson were invited to a mosque by Muhammad Hijab and see how that treatment was. And I think it was completely disgraceful. I think Hijab shamed himself and the mosque that they were in by not acting in the hospitable manner that I've generally been received by everyone that I would go ahead and accept an invitation from, because he was deliberately trying to expose those things. He was trying to make fun of Jordan Peterson, and to some people, I think he was successful. That's not how. That is not the experience I have had with most believing Muslims who don't invite you to their mosque to have a video and try deliberately to get you to say things which Muslims will find offensive. If you want to ask me questions which Muslims will find offensive, it's very easy to do, Fawad, if you wanted to do that. And if I came on your channel and you started asking me questions that made me say things that Muslims would be unhappy with, I would probably leave. Except this was a physical invitation, and they were in a mosque. And frankly, hijab, anybody can watch that video, and I invite
Absolutely.
anyone.
I implore people to watch that video so they can see how you are mistaken about that. It's like, it seems like we're living in a parallel universe, because I watched the same interview. How could two rational human beings have such contrasting views about the same interview? The guy seemed like a clown where he couldn't answer a straightforward question. Jacob, you and I, we have had our
I think
discussions on
hijab
so many theological things.
because I have
Just
listened.
may I complete one point? Like, I'll let you speak. I respect
But
it's your platform, right? But I want to be heard as well, right? So first of all, like, just to answer to something that I saw here on the chat. So Khazi, my brother, you are a Jew. You guys don't believe in evangelizing others, right? You guys don't recognize Prophet Muhammad for different reasons than why Christians or somebody else would reject Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him. So that's another topic altogether. We're talking about a self-proclaimed, or whatever he calls himself, a Christian, right? Where if truth were presented to that person, this was the question that was posed to him: would he accept it? In very simple terms. And he was just dancing around in the bush. Now, look, Jacob, you and I, we've had our differences. We have discussed them in a nice, rational, way. I've talked to you about Judaism, which I had no clue about. I learned a lot with you and respect you for that. I've talked on my own channel regarding this. You can hop on my channel, ask random people. I've stood up for you. You know this, right? I'm not saying this just in front of you. You can literally go to my channel. I've stood up for you, and I always will, because you're a respectful individual, right? If you come to that type of platform, you know that sometimes things could get heated up, or we could be talking about theology, right? Yeah, we can talk about politics and other stuff. When Hijab extended that invitation to him, it was by design. First of all, I don't know if I'm pretty sure since you follow Jordan Peterson, they had a conversation beforehand online, right? And one of the reasons why he did that is because Jordan Peterson is a known individual. And what he said about Islam was totally false. He was spewing garbage. So it was by design inciting him that, come, let's talk about this, just as he's doing with Ben Shapiro, just as he's doing with a lot of Zionists, that if you guys want to talk, let's talk. Let's talk on a public platform, right? That conversation went well. But even there, I did not feel that Jordan Peterson was honest. I think Jordan Peterson was the one that was disgraceful, but it was still not that bad. When the invitation to the mosque was extended, for heaven's sakes, it's a mosque. He's a dai. This is what he does. I'm not going to call it a living because we don't necessarily get paid for it. Or if he's receiving money, he shouldn't be, because we're supposed to be doing this for the sake of God, for the sake of Allah. So of course he's going to extend an invitation to him, and there will be some hard questions because you believe in one religion and he believes in another. So when you try to malign my religion and try to criticize my prophet for something when your own Bible is riddled with it, of course I'm going to question that. Of course I'm going to question the fact that you believe for instance, in justice. I believe in justice. Then how do you think, for instance, like you and I, like this is what your topic is about. How do you then explain justice in the world if you believe in Calvinism? So it doesn't mean I'm disgracing myself by asking that question if I were to pose this question to any Calvinist, but it's just I'm making them think that, look, what you actually may have been taught, it may not be correct. That's what interfaith dialogue is all about. He knew it was supposed to be interfaith dialogue, right? He knew there will be hard questions because yes, we can live with harmony and Abrahamic accord and all of that, but in reality, there's one true God. Trinity is false. You and I, we both agree. So if I am going to point that out to him, that doesn't mean I'm disgracing myself. I am pointing hard facts out to him that look, 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Like no matter how much hallelujah we sing all together, it's not true. It like God is one. Khalas. And pretty much throughout the interview, to be honest with you, this is what I felt. There are many things. Like I'll tell you this, and then I'll let you jump in. Your stream. I'm sorry, I've been talking for so long, but there are many things that Muhammad Hijab has done in the past, and he still continues to do that I don't agree with. I'm the type of person like, look, when I stood up for you, I don't know, that very same stream that you were on, towards the end, I blocked actually the person. I permanently banned the person that was maligning you. I banned him, right? Because I gave him several warnings, and I said, that's it. Khalas. I had a talk with him after the stream. I said, if this is how you're going to continue to behave on my stream, you're not invited. And I'm actually very close to that person. He stopped talking to me because of this, and that's okay. Because Jacob is a nice guy. Every time I go to his stream, I am treated with respect. All of the Jews that I see on there, yes, there's a lot of political stuff going on. And it's been going on for hundreds and thousands of years, for heaven's sakes. We're not going to resolve this overnight, but at least if we're going to continue these interfaith dialogues, it has to be with respect. The moment you start with name calling, like on my channel, a lot of people, they do tell me, yes, things get heated, but we never do name calling. We don't actually, you will never see a Muslim calling somebody else's God, bad names or anything, because we're not allowed to do that. The Quran specifically says not to do this. Things would get heated, but I mean, to say it was disgraceful just because he put him in a tough position to answer certain things, it's sometimes we have to do that to knock sense into people's minds.
No. So, Fuad, now let me respond. I wouldn't say that just because, and you've seen me on various things, and I'm all for having honest discussions. What I saw, and this is my view, and I can see that I can't prove it. What I saw was that hijab was not trying to, in fact, describe to help educate and move Jordan Peterson's opinion. He was asking questions in such a way as, and somebody else said, Pajot has talked about this. He felt threatened, and what I saw from Pajot and the other ones, like I saw the discussion where hijab went on Jordan Peterson's, and it was Jordan Peterson trying to honestly engage, and what I saw in hijab and the way he treated Jordan Peterson, and I have to say it is actually very, very brave of someone who has said critical things about Islam to go to a mosque and before a Muslim audience answer questions, and he did it truthfully. Um, and Hijab knew, I believe, the answers that he was going to get to those questions. And I believe his intent was not in any way to get Peterson to change his mind, but rather to expose those things which Peterson believes that he already knew Peterson believes that Muslims will find offensive. And if I were to do that to you, look, I could be asking all kinds of questions which would make what you're saying, which I'm pretty sure I know the answers to, in order to, and there's a reason. Certain topics I prefer not to talk about when I go to on a Muslim channel, because I am being respectful to the people who are watching there. And yes, it is against my religion to proselytize, right? But when someone is a guest on my, there's a reason I don't ask you questions. I could ask you questions that I feel would be very sharp, but you're a guest here. And I did not feel that is how, that's how Hijab was acting, specifically and most specifically because these were people, this was a live event before a Muslim audience. And I think he did that because he wanted to intimidate Peterson. I think there's a reason why there was an audience, and it was in real life. And I thought it was very brave of Jordan Peterson to go ahead and engage like that. And that's why I think Hijab disgraced himself.
Yeah, I mean, like this is where I told you, like I understand where you're coming from, but you know, as I said, such dialogues, such interfaith dialogues, they you know, are tough sometimes, right? Because there are points where, and you know, he's a big boy. He, you know, it's like you're making him sound like a little girl or something, but you know, it's not. What is her name? Greta.
Thunberg.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so I mean, like Jordan Peterson, he knows how to handle himself. You know, he was in England. It's not like he was in Saudi Arabia or something, right? I mean, he was, or in Afghanistan or something. He's in England, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, he was in a mosque, but you know, Muslims are a minority over there, so he was all safe over there. You know, so I don't know what you mean that he felt threatened or whatever. You know, again, this is the gaslighting that I was talking about. Like threatened what? Like it's England, for heaven's sakes. No,
No.
yeah.
Come on.
But
I mean, you're in the presence of someone. You're having. I mean, I'm not for kumbaya discussions. You've noticed that. And there are, you know, I am willing, when people were asking me all kinds of questions, not on your channel, usually back when I would go on EA Dawa, like I was answering questions that, you know, they were difficult questions, and I think this type of discussion is necessary, and I think that Peterson. I'm glad that many people said that he shouldn't have gone and it was a disaster. I don't think it was a disaster at all. But what it showed to me was that Peterson went with the intent of engaging, and Hijab did not show any intent of wanting to. Those questions were not questions that I thought were geared towards changing Peterson's mind. Hijab was trying to score points. And I wouldn't do that to you. And if somebody was trying to do that to me, frankly, people have tried that with me before. And look, I'm a big boy. Peterson's a big boy. We're not talking about, children or people who can't verbally defend themselves, but it does get emotional, and it does feel threatening. Like, obviously, I don't feel threatened by you, but look, I've said things that for which has gotten people plenty of mad, and wanting to come, and they've said that they want to punch me in the face. So, hello, Manuel.
Hello. I'm just gonna verbalize my my points, right? So it's like Peterson, if you follow him, right? Like he has a specific agenda, right? So he's trying to get into some of the symbolism through Peugeot, and he's coming from a materialist perspective when he's engaging with these issues, and like he's trying to peek his head out into heaven, but he doesn't get there often, right? So that's the place that he's coming from, and then he's coming into that conversation, and he gets asked questions about, like, yeah, like, what would make you convert to Islam, and like you've seen Peterson answer that question in relationship to Christianity, kind of, right? Like, do you believe in God? Like, that's a similar question, and he refuses to answer it, right? So, like, having that question asked in the Islamic frame is not gonna be helpful, right? Like, I get why you do it, right? Like it's nice for your audience, but also you're talking for your audience at that point, and you're not having a conversation with Peterson. There's no generative attitude that is being had. And like, I'm with Jacob, and like I applaud him for that. It's like, when we engage in certain type of conversation, it cannot be generative. And like, I'm also kind of leaning that this conversation is likely not to be generative, but like, when you lose the generativity, like, what are you doing? Like, are you glorifying God at this point? Or like, maybe I'm not supposed to use that phrasing uh, in the Islamic sense, but like who are you serving? Like, because if you're scoring points for Islam, like I don't know, like, I don't know if Allah would look kindly on that, but maybe he does.
So, Manuel, nice to meet you. What religion do you belong to? What do you follow? May I ask?
I have been baptized.
Okay, so Catholic, or
I'm not
what
gonna.
denomination do you follow?
I'm not gonna classify that further, because
Okay,
like, I don't
Christian.
think it's
So
useful.
just
Yes,
let's say
Christian.
Christian. Okay,
Yeah.
to make things easier. Okay, you believe Christianity is truth, right?
I'm gonna give a Peterson answer. Depends on what you
Okay.
mean by
Okay. So
Christianity.
yeah, you're going to beat around the bush. Okay, just like him. So I believe, if you were to ask me, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I believe Islam is the truth. And by default, that makes Christianity and all the other religions, including Judaism, even though Jacob is over here, but he knows I don't beat around the bush.
Hmm?
I think Judaism is false, right? Because Islam is the way of all of the prophets. Moses, what religion was he? Was he a Jew? Manuel,
Well,
question for you.
I'm gonna have to, like, when was the naming? I think he was a Jew. Yeah, like,
No,
I
he
don't know
was
when
not.
that term was
So,
introduced, but
so exactly, he never calls himself a Jew. We don't even know what language he spoke. We don't know much of his religion beyond what the Torah, the so-called Torah, tells us. Okay,
okay.
Abraham,
Why is
what
this
religion was he?
relevant? Why is
Okay,
this relevant?
I am getting to the point. So engage with me, please. Right.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, let's get to the point.
okay, so Abraham, what religion was he?
No, get to the point. Like,
I am getting to the point.
I get that it's
If you
nebulous.
if you don't want to engage, Manuel, then I'd rather not have a talk with you. Then I'll continue my discussion with Jacob. So if you want to
Okay,
engage
then
with me,
don't
okay,
talk
that's
with
fine.
me.
That's
Like,
fine.
fine.
Take care. Have a good day. Have a good day. So, anyways, Jacob, what I was basically getting to is, from our perspective, Islam is the truth. So when we invite people to the truth, that is not us scoring points. This is exactly what our religion tells us. And you, as a Jew, may not understand this. Manuel, whatever he believes in, he's probably too ashamed to even tell what he actually believes in.
Fawad,
But
okay,
I as a Muslim,
Fawad,
I as a Muslim,
Fawad,
I'm not
Fawad,
ashamed to
hold
actually
on.
say Islam is the
Fawad,
truth.
hold on. Okay. you're getting a little emotional, and you're acting in ways that you usually don't.
Okay, I'd rather than not continue this dialogue. Jacob, thank you so much. Stop
Okay.
by on Dots Connected to Islam, where we can have a dialogue
Sure.
where where I'm in control of the stream, because at the moment I feel that I'm surrounded by too many of you guys that are trying to gang up on me. I'm not allowed to speak my mind. It seems like I'm scoring points for Islam, to quote Manuel. He can sit there in the chat when
No,
I
well, hold
ask
on,
him
hold on.
to have
I
a
never said
conversation.
anything about
He
you.
doesn't
I
he
never
doesn't
said
he doesn't
anything
want
to
to.
you.
Okay.
Come
Yes,
on,
you
like,
did. Were
no,
you
I
not the one
didn't.
typing? Were you not the one typing
Well,
in
I
chat,
I was making
Manuel?
points about the conversation that Peterson had. I said nothing to you or about, like, no. I never had one
Is
criticism
is
towards
that
you.
is that is that is that not you typing in the chat?
okay,
Manuel post.
guys. I, I,
See,
Fuad, the
this is
only reason.
this is why, Jacob. I'm only gonna say one thing, then I'm gonna be on my way. Okay, this is why interfaith dialogue is very difficult with the likes of you guys. When you guys actually invite us, and you guys actually do this gaslighting and don't want to engage in a rational manner, the questions that I was asking you was leading to somewhere,
Yeah, just
but
go
you
to the
actually did not
point.
even. Yes, I was getting to the point, but
No, I
you
don't.
can
I don't
actually.
want to go through your trajectory. I want to go to the point. Like, I don't.
I was getting
Okay,
to the point,
Manuel,
and
please let him say
we're two human beings. We're grown up men, so have a dialogue with me like a man. I was not resorting to name calling. I was not screaming at you. It's a dialogue. Like, I don't know why your feelings were getting so hurt. It was literally going to take me another 10 seconds to get to
Oh,
my
okay.
point.
Like, my feelings were hurt when you made accusations towards me. That's where my feelings got hurt. But okay.
Accusations like what? What did I say?
That I said things about you, which I didn't.
No, no. What did I say?
You,
Can you quote me exactly what I said?
I don't have an exact quote, but
guys, host
Exactly. That's the point.
prerogative.
That's the
Hold on,
point.
guys. What I don't like is this is getting emotional, and I don't like that.
Yeah. So anyways, Manuel, let's try one more time, because you don't know me, I don't know you, right? Let's give each other the benefit of the doubt. Okay? Let's move on. Okay? Like grown-up men, shake hands. Let's move on. The point
no,
that,
I'm
brother,
good.
that I was getting at, right? That we in our Islamic paradigm, right? We don't think
Mhm.
like the Jews. We think very much like the Christians, that you have to invite people to the truth, because this is the way of life. What hijab was doing, you're questioning his intention based on your perception. You're not inside his mind. Okay,
No,
Jesus himself, he actually says not to judge, lest you be judged yourself. Okay.
hold on. You just judged me. Okay?
What did I judge you on, brother?
You said I am questioning his intention. Like, I have
Yes,
no,
of course.
I have no,
Because
I have said nothing about his intention.
but you
Again,
just
like, you're
said that he was
accusing me of
scoring
something
points
that
for
didn't
Islam.
happen.
Like, what do you mean he was scoring points for Islam?
I said he was scoring points for his audience, like that. Like, when, or
Exactly. That's judgment. That's a judgment call. How do you know what his intentions are? If I'm inviting you to Islam in a nice, respectful manner, do you think I'm scoring points for the audience over
no,
here?
but like, it what? Okay, yeah.
You know,
Like, I'm
this is
not
the point that
against
I was
you
getting at.
inviting me to
Yeah.
Islam. Like, you can invite me to Islam, but like, I don't think that's what happened in that stream or that video.
Again, that's a judgment call. I saw it differently. Jacob saw it differently. You see it differently, because you guys have your biases towards Peterson. If it were anybody else that we would be talking about, you guys would not be using that language. Let's be honest.
That's hold on. Okay.
So,
So
but this is what I was saying. But anyways, but I'll let you continue. I'll have you guys have your last word. Anything you want to say. And my apologies, brother Manuel. I hope we get to talk again. Okay, I've known Jacob. We have had some heated discussions, but Jacob and I, we have a different relationship because I've known him for a while. We will continue to talk.
Okay.
So because I don't see my relationship ending with him right here or Khezi. Okay, Khezi and I, we have had our discussion in Discord as well. Manuel, but you and I, like I extend an invitation to you to please come to our channel. We'll have a nice dialogue. Have a nice dialogue. You'll be my personal guest. Okay, nobody will malign you. Nobody will talk over you or anything like that. Okay, I'll be the first one that will step up for you. And the Christians that I've actually, Christians and Jews that have come on my stream from Jacob's channel, they know this. I stick up for them. When I invite somebody, they're my personal guests. Okay. So my apologies, Manuel, if you thought that I said something, I was trying to judge you, but honest to God, brother, that was not my intention. So sincerely, my apologies. Please accept my apologies.
I
Go ahead.
accept your
Yeah.
apologies and thank you for the invitation. I'll see you.
Yes. Jacob, you're gonna say, please.
So I will say, so, difficult discussions are difficult. Manuel can be a difficult person to talk to, and as much as I love him, what I saw, Fawad, seemed to me, you're getting emotional in ways you usually do not when we have these discussions. The fact is that, yes, I am very familiar with Jordan Peterson and how he responds and what he has said over the past 6 years now. I have listened to thousands of hours of him. And as someone who has listened to thousands of hours of him, what I could tell, and yes, I can only tell that which I can tell, but as our Bible says, nistarot la'Hashem Elokeinu v'haniglaot lanu levanenu la'sotam. That which is hidden, it belongs to God, and that which is revealed is for us and for our children to make with them, right? And so what I saw, to the best of my ability, was that someone who knows Jordan Peterson knew, and frankly, I went to law school. I know how a lawyer asks questions. You ask questions you know the answers to in order to get someone to say what you want them to say. And I can tell you that before Peterson answered any of those questions, I was very comfortable. I knew the answers because I have listened to Peterson, and I think that's what hijab was doing. Might I be wrong? I might be wrong. But as someone who has listened to Peterson for many years, I did not feel that Peterson was gaslighting or being in any way dishonest or avoiding answering questions. I thought that it was incredibly gracious of him to go and speak to someone like Muhammad Hijab, who is very controversial. He didn't need to do that. Obviously, Peterson is much, much larger than Hijab. And what I saw, and I will say, this is my judgment, and I do believe that I can judge to the best of my ability, and I have to judge to the best of my ability if someone is being fair or not, is that Hijab, having listened to many, many hours of Peterson, got precisely what the types of answers that he wanted in order to try to embarrass Peterson not to change his mind. I think he was talking to his audience as opposed to talking to the individual person. And that's what I try not to do, even though there is obviously an audience here, right? I try never to speak to the person I'm speaking to in such a way that is just trying to maneuver them to make a bad, what did Mark call it? Apparently, Pine Cross. Apparently there's a channel of an atheist who does this all of the time, where he finds Christians to just bring them on to try to embarrass them. And there is an audience for that. All over
Crucify is a word. Crucify the Christians.
And frankly, I mean, I go on connected dots connected to Islam because I don't think Fuad does that. But again, that anybody can watch the same. I don't have any more information about hijab and Peterson than anybody else can watch their videos, and they can judge for themselves. And ultimately, the judgment is up to God. I am not the judge of Peterson. I'm not the judge of hijab. But I am the judge of how I react. And my reaction was hijab knew the answers to the questions he was asking, and he was asking them for a particular manner.
And I think it's important to realize that even if he wasn't intending to do that, that was the result. So at a certain point, intention doesn't matter.
And that's where I would disagree. Intention matters a lot, because if my intention is to bring you to the truth, even though I'm not living inside your heart, this is why we have these interfaith dialogues. Because if you as a Christian, you approach me, I already know. If I were to tell you right away, hey, would you like to accept Islam, I already know before I ask that question what your answer is going to be. But while having the interfaith dialogue, if I ask you that question half an hour later, there is a possibility I may have changed your mind based on the conversation that we had. And this is what I see. That entire dialogue. That this is how it happened. And again, intentions, we should not be questioning somebody's intentions. I've had my differences with Jacob regarding another individual, another Muslim brother of ours that I'm still connected to. But that's just what Jacob does. And he's a grown-up man. He's I'll still respect him. I'll continue to be friends with him. If he actually judges me tomorrow for something, I mean, that's fine. I actually go by, I'm like, you know what, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Yes, it was interfaith dialogue. Jordan Peterson, he has, said, like, you guys make him out to be a saint. I understand he may be you guys are avid followers of Peterson over here. But this is just not me saying. There are non-Muslims out there that have called him a snake. Literally him, the way he interviewed Netanyahu, and this is where, politics gets in. But unfortunately, we have to get into politics because he does talk about theology and politics. Most of our differences with him are on politics, not theology, because theology, the guy doesn't know anything, you know? And so, I mean, he talks about political stuff like give him hell. Like, you think that actually, like, after just seeing that tweet, you would still call that man not a two-faced snake? I mean, come on, guys. Like, I've had talks with Jacob regarding Zionism very briefly. I don't know exactly what his views are, but generally speaking, I think he's against it. But Jordan Peterson, he sides with Zionism. Which is just
It's so
massacring.
like no,
Go ahead, speak your mind. It's okay.
like not just massacring looks differently. Okay, like you can have whatever opinion about what happens, but just massacring is
You
something
don't think that's
completely
massacring happening over there?
No.
like
Are you
I
serious?
think a bunch of awful stuff is happening, and I think the violence should be toned down probably
If
a lot.
Israel wanted to massacre massacre the Palestinians the way that the Palestinians want to massacre Jews, there would be
The way Palestinians want
a
this?
lot more dead Palestinians than there are. I have said this many times before. I knew Jacob Mendel's father. He was 14 years old, and he was 13 or 14. He was playing with a friend of his in a cave, and the village. And I don't agree with living in the settlements. I've said this many times before, but the way he, as a little child, his head was smashed in by rocks. Having lived in a Muslim country, I don't attribute this to Islam. I think generally people can be.
Where did this take place?
You can look up Kobe Mandel. His name is Koby Mandel. It was.
No, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Where did this take place?
It was in the settlements. He lived
Okay.
in the settlements, and in the West
So
End.
it was just a random person that actually smashed a Jewish kid's head. That's what you're
It-
saying?
It wasn't a
Tell me.
random person. It was a group of people who
Okay.
went in and who found these two boys playing, and they murdered the both of them as a group. Now, look, there are Jews who have done similar things. My thoughts on Ben Gavir is completely clear. I have said, but let's face, and I do believe this is a very clear fact, that someone who has been to Israel and has been in the West Bank and knows the land well knows. If
Have you been to Gaza?
allow me to say it, if the Muslims were to put down their guns, there would be a Palestinian state. If the Jews were to put down their guns, there would be a massacre and all of the Jews would be murdered.
Have you been to Gaza, Jacob?
Not Gaza. I haven't been to Gaza.
Okay.
I've been to
Manuel, have you been to Gaza? Okay. Khazi, have you been to Gaza? And, I think I know the answer. And this is the
I'm
point that I was
guessing
trying to
Khazi
make.
has been to Gaza.
He has been to Gaza. And when
That's
was this and how many times has he been?
So Khazi served in the IDF. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty. If he wasn't stationed in Gaza, I'm sure he had at least been there. And especially during the time when Israel was what I believe Khazi was in the army. Yeah, he has been to Gaza. When he was in the army, that's when Israel went in and dismantled the settlements in Gaza. You would never see Muslims doing that. You would never see Muslims
So my next question is this, Jacob. How many innocent kids, adults, women they have to die for you guys to actually consider it a quote unquote massacre? Give me a ballpark number, please.
Okay, so the actual numbers that there are 2 million Palestinians. If the deaths approached 500,000 to 1 million, that would be a massacre.
Okay, so if it's 499,000, that will not be considered a massacre.
That's close enough.
I'm just gonna use your argument, and it says it depends on intent.
It does depend on intent, and frankly, if Israel wanted to massacre, look, what happened in Iraq, what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Yemen, what happened in Syria, there's a reason why people who claim they care about the Palestinians care if Israel kills a Palestinian, but don't care if Egypt or Jordan, the massacres. I mean, the massacres at Sabra and Shatila, that was a massacre for which Israel held the Israelis responsible for not stopping. It was done by Christians, Christian militias, right? So
Jacob, they've been doing this for past 70 years, brother. It's not just a random group.
Okay. For what? Yeah. You're like, I have said this a million times, trying to get me to, like, getting me, who has been a very vocal anti-Zionist. Anybody who's on my Discord server knows it. And anybody who watches my channel knows I believe that this is a horrible heresy to Judaism. Like, getting me to defend Zionists, like, you're already, like, I have no idea how you can look at this situation where obviously Israel is trying to minimize the number of people dying and call that a massacre. It's obviously not. If Israel wanted to kill, over the past 20 years, the population in Gaza has doubled. That's a genocide. Anybody who uses the word genocide either has no idea what they're talking about or is completely possessed by a spirit they don't understand.
Okay. And so you think bombing hospitals where they are, catering to people or medically caring for them?
Those hospitals, come on, Fawad, you know as well as I do that Hamas does not believe there's anything as civilians. There's a reason why the numbers that Hamas has put out, that 30,000, anybody who says 30,000 innocent people died obviously doesn't have any idea what they're talking about, because even Hamas doesn't claim that those were 30,000 civilians. That's anybody who says that, you automatically know they have no idea what they're talking about. Because
So Jacob, you're
doesn't believe that those are 30,000 civilians.
okay. And by the way, these are not just Hamas's numbers. Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Amnesty International, UN, everybody,
Amnesty
they have accepted.
International
They have accepted. Of course, if the numbers came from IDF, then you guys accept them. And this is where these dialogues they get so nonsensical.
For what?
No, I want to. Like, why are we assigning things to other people, right? Like you keep making that move. You would do this, you would do that. Like you don't know what I would and wouldn't do, and like I feel insulted again. Like, can you please?
Manuel, like you're not even part of the conversation. I was talking to.
No, you said you. Like you were pointing at us both in the conversation. Like
no, I was actually not even talking to you. I was talking to Jacob. The whole conversation
okay.
with Jacob and Chezi.
Okay, then I'm gonna go in defense of Jacob. Like I'm fine. Like I don't need to defend me.
That's fine. You can look. You can do whatever you like. But
yeah, I'm gonna moderate this conversation because I think you're
there was hardly any.
No, you're being unfair towards Jacob because you're putting words in his mouth. You can just ask a question instead. And the fact that you're doing that makes me question your motives like a lot. Like I don't think you're a fair interlocutor in this conversation.
That's fine.
I disagree, Manuel.
I think
I disagree. I think Fawad is trying to be fair, but I have to say, Fawad, I think you're absolutely wrong. Whoever's numbers you take, it is very, very clear that this is not a massacre. If you pay attention, listen 100% to what Hamas says. This is obviously not a massacre.
Like, honest, Jacob, to be honest with you, where this entire conversation derailed for me? And it was just, I was hoping you would not actually answer that, But when I asked you how many innocent kids, women, and adults have to die for it to be considered a massacre, the moment you said like 500 out of 2 million, that's an insane number. That's what, over 30% or something?
It's actually 25.
More than 30% of the population.
It's actually 25%.
Yeah, that's fine. 25%. Sorry,
and there's a reason why I said a fourth, because I actually paid attention to the numbers of civilians who die in wars, and usually the numbers of civilians who die in wars is closer to 10 times that of the combatants. I've actually studied war. That's why I could give you numbers.
Right. So the reason why I asked you this was actually I wanted to know what type of number you would put on there, especially when one side is armed with artillery, billions and trillions of dollars pouring in from the United States all over.
So it's
but I'm not
really dumb, really dumb to attack somebody who is much stronger than you, and actually this gets me mad. It gets me mad because I care about those children in Gaza, and the fact that people who consider themselves adults would say that it's not the most horrible and dumb thing for Hamas to instigate what they knew would happen. They deliberately instigated the death of all these children, and anybody who's not willing to condemn that as deliberate provocation, it's really dumb if I go up with a stone and throw it at somebody with a gun. Because yes, I do expect that if I throw a stone at somebody with a gun, they will shoot me. And you believe that too.
So
If
here's
hold
so,
on, Fuad, I want you to answer this question. If you
I
had
will
a gun
if you allow
and
me
I
to
threw a
calm down.
stone at you, would you shoot me?
Drink some water, Jacob. Calm down. Calm down. A
You
few
answer
minutes
the
ago,
question.
I was worked up. Now you're getting worked up. And I understand. This is where these conversations go. But so to answer your question, of course, like this is why we like I myself. You will never see me actually rooting for Hamas. When I asked you for those numbers, I specifically told you how many innocent little children, adults, and women would have to die for it to be considered a massacre. To hell with Hamas, to hell with Egypt. Like, I don't care about any of those. Okay, to hell with, IDF. What I am rooting for, or the people that I'm trying to defend, are innocent civilians, just as I would try to defend innocent cousins of mine, whether it be 700 dying at a concert or it be 700,000. Death is death, and it's horrible. I will never ever want any innocent Israeli little kids or anybody to die. Why in my right mind would I actually believe something like that? And this is what we want you guys to actually say as
But but
well for
but
us.
do you,
But when your politicians, when your top politicians, they stand up and
Fuad,
they call Muslims as animals,
Fuad,
and quoting
Fuad,
verses from the Bible. You
Fuad,
know?
Fuad.
Yeah.
If
Yes.
I just put a link in the chat. This is
Yes.
what I posted on October 8th. This is what I posted on October 8th. Now you have to understand, on October 7th, when I went to synagogue, we had people coming in talking about videos of women being raped, right? And I had people who, understandably, their blood was boiling, and they were talking about turning Gaza into a glass bottom boat and walking through rivers of blood, right? And I ended up having such an argument in synagogue that I had to leave the synagogue, right? So you don't need to talk to me like Itamar Ben Gvir. The fact Itamar Ben Gvir is allowed in the Knesset. Forget about the fact that he's in the government and a minister. Like the fact that this man is allowed to stand for election in a country that calls itself a Jewish state is to my eternal shame as someone who is vaguely had nothing to do with it, but is vaguely related to people consider Jewish, right? So let that be absolutely clear. And by the time you have me defending Zionists, you have gone so far away from actually caring about the children in Palestine that it boggles my mind. And my question to you, Fawad, was and continues to be, if I throw a stone at you and you have a gun, would you shoot me?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't believe you. And if it were true, I don't think you're a true Muslim. Because if someone attacks you, it is your responsibility as a Muslim to defend yourself.
Yeah, but where I would think it's unfair is if I actually throw a stone at you, you can shoot me, that's fine. But the moment you go after my neighbors and everybody around me, that have
I
nothing
agree
to
with
do
you a
with
million
your and my
percent,
conflict.
but that wasn't my question, and
Yeah.
you answered it dishonestly.
I answered this honestly.
Yes.
But I'm sorry. Can,
If I
Mhm.
throw a stone at you and you have a gun,
Oh,
would you
I'm
shoot?
my apology. I thought you said the other way around. My apology. I thought I was the one with the stone. Sorry. My apologies. If you were with the stone and I had gun, of course, yeah, there's a possibility I would shoot you. I'm sorry. I did not mean to be
So
dishonest. I'm
okay,
sorry.
so let's be clear. What's happening right now, and frankly, I mean, this is the discussion on my Discord server. We've had a discussion. Even when you're right, when David killed, and this is our belief, even though David killed people who deserved to die, he was not allowed to build the temple. And I seriously believe that even if Israel was only killing Hamas members, that this prevents the coming of the redemption. I really do. If it was only members of Hamas, I would say that. And the fact that of course, I know little children who are innocent are dying. And honestly, I'm about to cry
That's okay.
because of the children who are innocent, Muslim children who are innocent. 7-year-old Amina, who was, as far as I know, she's still in the hospital because Iran sent billions of dollars, but let's say millions of dollars, of completely worthless rockets that wouldn't hit anything. They only hit a 7-year-old Muslim girl. That's the only person who was hurt by that. And the fact that it is that the Muslim world is not saying, Hamas, you idiots, why would you go against a stronger power than you? And you know as well as I do that all over Muslim YouTube, there are people who, rather than saying, Hamas, why would you pick a fight with someone who's stronger than you? They are celebrating the deaths. Celebrating. You've seen it, have you not, Fuad?
I have, but again, you see that on both sides. You see that on both sides. It just media, they want you to see what they want you to see. Just with like the 40
Oh,
fake babies, I
can
mean,
I
we can go on and on about those, but
can,
like a lot of things they were said back and forth. Manuel, I'll let you talk. I'll just say one thing. I promise. Just I'll literally be 10 seconds. But there are a lot of things I disagree with you over this entire issue, Jacob. And you will have your biases. I will have my biases. What I see, this has been going on for 70 years. This is not something new. So anybody that is actually killing innocent kids, whether it be a Hindu, atheist, Jew, whatever, as a religious Muslim, I will never ever root for that side, no matter who it is. What I see, it's like Goliath, you know, fighting against a little girl. And the moment the little girl, she tries to punch back, it's like, Goliath says, "Oh, it's below the belt." That's what I see happening in all honesty. Because as I said, like I'm not going to root for Hamas, but to say that 25% of the population is Hamas, that's
I
insane.
didn't.
That's insane.
No, hold on. I didn't say. First of all, a majority of people in Gaza voted for Hamas, and they've done polls, and a majority is still for Hamas. That you can look up the polls yourself.
So
But
the people that elected Netanyahu, despite all of his old interviews calling for, all kinds of ridiculous
Netanyahu,
things,
Netanyahu
so
is
so what
very
I say, it's
politically weak.
okay to actually massacre the people that actually voted for Netanyahu. Come on, Jacob, that's a ridiculous argument.
Fawad, do you know who got massacred on October 7th? It was all of the peaceniks. That's who got massacred. And Hamas did that deliberately.
But Jacob, this
can
is
I have my say?
oh, my apologies, Manuel. Go ahead. Sorry, I took longer.
So
My
like a
apologies.
bunch of things, right? Like I've not been following the details on the ground, and like I I I said months ago that I think that Israel is probably doing something excessive for what it's going to get out of it, right? But also, like, I don't know the details, right? So that's my perspective, right? Now, I think that saying that Israel is killing children is disingenuous. Like, Israel is bombing and children are getting killed. Like that's what's happening. Like it's not like Israel is targeting children. And like if that is happening, I'm like, okay, like now we have a big problem with Israel and we need to deal with it. But like as long as that's not happening, we should have a different conversation than saying that Israel is doing this.
So can I ask you a question on that?
Okay.
Okay. So when they're bombing, do they know that children will die?
Yes.
Okay. So how is that different than killing children directly, or like it's just semantics? It's silly.
No, it's
They
not.
know how many innocent people will die
No,
Fawad,
they
come
don't.
the
on.
moment they actually. Yes, they do. What the
Oh,
heck are
come
you
on,
talking about?
Fawad. No, so this is absolutely ridiculous, and this is something you can't apply to anybody. If you cannot have a war because you know that some civilians will die, then you're basically saying you can't have war ever.
So just to respond to what Jesse's saying, agreed I would leave the country. So as long as they give them 24 hours advance notice, it's okay to just keep bombing those people. First of all, in 24 hours, man, like I wouldn't even be able to pack up my bags properly.
Okay, so
Like,
this is
how do you
this.
expect
No,
an
no, no.
entire 1 million
Can I
population to move to?
have? I want to have this conversation, right? Because like yes, right? Like there's an issue with 24 hours notice, right? But you can see in Ukraine, right, where they go in and they're like, we're going to do an evacuation. There's people that stay, right? So like people just stay knowing that they will die, right? And like at a certain point, you can't take responsibility for people staying, and then there. This is speculation, but there's probably people being used as human shield as well, right? So you have to account for that.
I can't believe you used that.
Why? Hold on. No.
Because it's clown world now. It's clown world
No,
saying
it's
that
not. No, it's not.
I'm going
You're
to.
just wrong.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
absolutely wrong.
yeah.
And
You guys are absolutely right. The whole world is
No,
saying it's
no,
a
like you
massacre,
think that's not
but just
happening?
two Zionists over here sitting, on the internet with 10 people watching. If they say it's wrong.
sorry, but like once you're calling me a Zionist, that's enough. Like if I'm a Zionist, then sorry, not interested.
Well, this is why I said it's a dishonest. Like he's what?
I don't think he's dishonest. I don't think he's dishonest.
No, like when you start laughing, like I've been
Yeah,
laughed
if
at.
you're laughing at human shields, look, part of it is that he is involved in his community, and in his community, they constantly laugh at the idea of human shields. They do. And so he thinks that's acceptable in the real world. And it's not.
Wait, it is acceptable to use humans as a
No,
shield?
no, 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 no. They think that there's no such thing as human shields. And I have to say, part of it comes from not being from an Arabic culture. So Fawad, yes, he has a Muslim name, but he's from South Asia and he's living in Latin America. And he doesn't actually understand what life is like in an Arab culture in the Middle East.
But we don't have to use Arab culture. We can just say, right, like cannon fodder is a thing, right? Like every army has used conscripted mercenaries and stuff to be in the front line so that their actual army wouldn't have to suffer the casualties. Like these things are not a modern thing, right? Or like yeah, civilians have been used to fulfill.
Human shield is something that you can only use against Christian and Jewish communities. Any other community, the idea of a human shield is just funny. Like, I mean, imagine if Israel decided to use human shields. Like,
Well, you can use
Hamas
hostages
would
as
just
shields,
kill
right?
them all, and it
Yeah, but
would be funny. It would be clown world.
no, but you can use hostages as shields, right? Like that happens all the time.
If Hold on, if Israel were to use well, hostages, but that's not what we're talking about.
No, I know that we're not talking about it, but it's the same principle, right? Like,
I think that's a very different principle than the type of human shields we were talking
well, yeah. Well, it is different, but also like it's using the life of people who are non-combatants as a way to get an advantage in battle. Like that's what it is.
Look, the idea of civilians, there's a reason why Hamas numbers, they don't distinguish between civilians and non-civilian and combatants because they don't believe in such a thing. Like anybody who says 30,000 is the number of innocent people, they have a presupposition. They have a presupposition that, oh, of course you wouldn't include the combatants in there. But Hamas doesn't believe in a distinction. So the numbers are 100% of everyone who's died in the Gaza Strip over the past 8 months, including people who die of heart attacks. But you would never include that number.
Well, yeah. We've seen strange number counts in the West as well, but yeah.
Oh yeah, but look.
No, I mean with COVID.
If I were trying to count the number of people who died as a result of Israeli bombings, right? Like, do you count people who died of a heart attack? Like, that's a serious question. Do you?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like if they die of scares, like I don't know. Like it's somewhat fair. Like
right. And this is part of look. It's a difficult situation. It's a very difficult situation. And as much as I am opposed to Zionism, and frankly, I think Israel. Frankly, if it was up to me, if I were Prime Minister of Israel, which would never happen, I would go to the United Nations, say, hello, give us a place where we can live and we will move.
So I want to circle back a little bit about how Peterson was received in that conversation, right? Because I think we had an example of that happening right now. Because like I'm not a fan of what Israel's doing. You're not a fan of what Israel's doing. And how did the conversation go? We both could get put into a place where we're defending, having to defend this killing.
Me a Zionist. Once you're calling, right. Like I am actually an anti-Zionist. Like I actively oppose Zionism. Anybody who listens to my channel knows that. Once you're calling me a Zionist, once you're making me defend the Zionists, you've lost your mind.
And I had a stream with Mark last week about Destiny, right? And Destiny made us defend Andrew Tate. Like I don't want to defend Andrew Tate, right? But sometimes when certain people say certain things, you kind of have to, and that's the problem. Like all these people that I see in these conversations, right? Like, oh, like this thing that's way bigger than what's actually happening is happening. They're only inviting people to talk against them, even if those people who would agree if they just nuance their position a little. And like I think it's really important for people to realize this is like just stick with the facts and don't use hyperbolic language, and then maybe you can get somewhere. But if you start using hyperbolic language, yeah, you lost. Like, sorry.
Okay, so I have to say this. On Twitter, I was engaging with Food Truck Emily. And, she's like, I'm anti-war. That's why I'm calling for a ceasefire. And then she posted, if the United States hadn't gone, and the British hadn't helped Israel during the 6-day war, it would have been over in 30 minutes. I was like, oh, you're anti-war, are you? Like, when I saw that, I blocked her. Because it was like, oh, like, you're claiming this whole time that you're anti-war, and then you're like, oh, but like really what should have happened during the 6-Day War is the Arabs should have massacred the Jews. That's anti-war. Like, honestly, we say a lot of things, right? So I'm obviously affected by the fact that I have friends and family living in Israel. Okay, so if that's how you want it, Fuad, that's how you want it. Goodbye. Um, well, Fuad, okay, so anybody who wants to can come onto my onto my Discord and see the types of things Elias was saying on my Discord. Here, let me quote you some of the things Elias was saying on my Discord. Here. I can't find it right now, but basically he spent days and days and days on my Discord, saying horrible things about my mom, calling me all kinds of names, right? So if that's who you're going to stick up for, Fuad, that's you. Like, yeah, I am now a Zionist because whatever. I don't care.
Like, I think we have to realize, right, that when we're somewhere with an agenda, that we can't judge correctly, and that agenda is going to cloud our relationship with God. And I think in order to be in right relationship with God, like you have to drop that agenda. Like I don't care what.
I don't know how easy it is to completely drop your.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying like
You have to
it's
try.
gonna cloud your judgment, and like this is what I mean with not being fair. It's like if you have prejudged, right, and like if you already know what's happening, then the other person must be bad or evil if they're not agreeing with you, and it's like yeah, that's no use having a conversation like that.
I don't actually know this Dr. Kastab Walk, or I'm not sure I'm saying that correctly. Identified the fake generosity of the Tabliki Jamaat, laying to majority till you need favorites, then one day Islam spreads by genocide. Look, Fawad has always been nice to me. I have tried always to be nice. But once you're talking about a genocide in Gaza, like obviously what's going on is not a genocide. If you know anything about war, like, and you're calling 30,000, like, let's say it was 100,000 dead, it would still be less than what you would expect in that situation. It's, yeah, you don't know anything about war. Obviously, Muslims have been genociding other Muslims like over the past 10 years, 20 years. The Iran-Iraq war, 2 million people died. 2 million people died. That was Muslims against Muslims. Was that a genocide? Like, if you're not being serious. Okay, whatever. Well, that was a useful stream on Calvinism.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm I'm still like you're way too tightly adjacent to Calvinism, Jacob. I think you need to drop that.
Oh, I mean, I believe everything the Bible says, and the Bible clearly says God knows what we do from before we do it.
At what point does it say that? Like, do you have? Yeah, I don't know. What are
Um, Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations.
Yeah, that's a specific, not a general, but okay.
I was prepared to argue against Calvinism, not try to defend it. But the omniscience of God is all over, like that God knows what people will, in fact, later do. Book of Isaiah talks about it. Jeremiah talks about it. Um, it's all over the Bible. It is. I mean, I don't know where you get your Christian beliefs from.
Well, that's why I don't want to classify my beliefs because they're my beliefs.
Okay. Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, my beliefs are basically in line. Let's put it this way: if the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Chabad Rebbe, who died in 1994, if he said something, you can pretty much guess that I am in line with his teachings. Not merely because, like, I chose my affiliation because I read what he wrote, I heard what he said, and I found them convincing. Mm-hmm. So it's easy to find, and if there is a point of disagreement with him, I haven't found it yet.
I have a question about the Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
Like we were having, well, not as much an
God
argument.
Evil, yeah. Go ahead.
Right, and it's like it's a word, right? And like it's translated in many ways, right? Like not just as evil. And yeah, well, like you can argue about that, but the point being that in Hebrew there's not that many words, right?
Correct.
So that's a benefit if you look at it symbolically, right? Because now you can make more associative connections, right? But
Correct.
It's a negative if you want to get into a specific, right? Like if you want to say, well, this is means actually just this.
Look, you do need to look at the context in order to understand words in the Hebrew. In fact,
okay, but that's fair. But not
it's impossible to read Hebrew words outside of their context. Like the same letters could mean very different things.
But then I'm gonna defend reading Jesus back into the Old Testament. Like if that's your argument, then why can't you have Jesus as the context?
So this, okay, to steel man the Paul argument, what some Christians will say is that Paul of Tarsus was using midrashic methods which we do, right, to exegete, to understand things in the Bible better. Like that's what Father Stephen would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that that's a defensible argument. I don't believe it's the winning argument, but I believe it is a defensible argument.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem with that is, first of all, the plain reading of that text, like these texts did have meanings before, right, the Christianity came along, right? Isaiah was a book people read before Jesus was born, right? Mm-hmm. So what Christians do is they say that's the only meaning.
Yeah, no, that's stupid.
What?
I agree that that's stupid. I agree.
Okay,
like
so if Christians weren't insistent, which they are, that without Jesus you're going to hell, like maybe it would be a lot more defensible. And frankly, over the past 60, 70 years, a lot of Christians, like the more liberal Christians, have started to do that. But the conservatives get mad at them because they think, oh, you're trying to be nice to the people who aren't Christian, without understanding that actually this is an internal problem within Christianity. Christianity doesn't make sense if you understand no one comes to the Father except through me, as this idea that if you don't believe Jesus is the Messiah and God, you're going to hell. Like, that is an internal problem Christianity has. I don't think it's an external problem, which is what I think that a lot of conservative Christians misunderstand.
Mm-hmm. But I would argue if you relate Christ back to the Word that was with God, then that has to be true, right? Like you don't have to say more than that.
Okay, so if Jesus is one incarnation, is one manifestation of this ideal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which frankly I think is debatable, but like, and this is why I have said generally, like, it is possible for a Christian to believe. I do believe it is possible for a Jew to believe certain parts of Christianity and remain in the Jewish community. And that's actually what Rabbi Skobach said about Acts 5, right? So in Acts 5, and the only thing we have out of Acts 5 is, that Gamliel actually said what Acts 5 claims he said is Acts 5. Now, if you believe, right, that Gamliel said that, which frankly, to every Jew who I know who's read it, it sounds very plausible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then there's no problem with what I think it was Peter, and I don't think it was Paul. It was Peter and somebody else. It was two of the apostles were caught by the Sanhedrin, right? I completely believe that, if you simply believe Jesus was a manifestation of the Word of God in a similar manner that, say, Moses was, right? And you believe that he will come back as the Messiah, that already gets to be at least a little problematic. But, like, I don't think that squarely puts you outside of Judaism. The problems Judaism has with Christianity comes from all the other stuff, which is the idea, for example, that if I were to become a Christian, then eating pork should be perfectly fine. and this was part of the discussion. Did you watch my discussion with Father Stephen?
No,
My
I don't
first
think so.
discussion with him?
But anyway, like,
Yeah.
what does it matter if it's fine? You don't have to. So like, it's like,
Uh, okay, so I mean, it depends how you view the law of Moses. If you view it as
no,
eternal,
but nobody's forcing you to eat pork, right? Like, so like,
well, Christians did in fact force Jews to eat pork.
well, yeah, okay, that's wrong, independent of whether it's okay to
Correct.
eat pork.
Yeah, yeah. It is, and frankly, I mean, look, the Trinity is a problem. The idea that, but the fact is, it's. I mean, the Trinity is nowhere to be found in the Christian Bible.
Yeah, okay. Like
Like,
I can tell you, right? I validated the Trinity for myself in a different way. So I'm just like, it's found in reality, and the Bible has to contain it, therefore. So it's like,
so you decided to push it in there.
no, but I don't see the objection.
The objection is Mark 12. The Would you like me to pull up Mark 12?
Yeah, sure.
Let's pull up Mark 12. Mark 12. Mark 12, verse 28. Then one of the scribes came, and having heard them reasoning together, perceiving that he had answered them all, asked him, which is the first of all commandment of all? Jesus answered him, and this answer precedes before Jesus, and it's the same answer we would give now. The first of all commandments is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. This is the first commandment. And the second, like it, is this: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these. So the
Mhm.
scribe said to him, Well said, teacher, you have spoken the truth, for there is one God, and there is no other but He. And to love Him with all your heart, with all the understanding, with all the soul, and with all the strength, and to love one's neighbor as oneself, is more than all the whole burnt offerings and sacrifices. Now then, Jesus saw that he answered wisely. He said to him, You are not far from the kingdom of God. But after that, no one dared question him. And I have heard, I think Sam said, this may be the only place in the entirety of the Christian Bible where the Jews ask Jesus a question, Jesus answers them, and the Jews say, Yep, you're right. Right? So
Mhm.
the first of all commandments is that there is one God.
Mhm.
And to in any way adulterate that, right? Like, that has to be the beginning of it. There is one God. Where did you get this idea where you can say that God has three persons? Like, if it's not explicitly said in the Bible, who are you to say different?
Well, I would argue that, well, I would, I don't want to exceed my purview, but like, I think that's Neoplatonism, or Platonism as such,
What do you mean?
coming in. Well, like, Platonism is breaking up reality in um this is three or four, I don't know, like, I think it's three realms, right? So you have that which is outside of time, right? And then that which is, I don't know, it's outside of space but in time, and then you have that which is in space and time, right? I think that's correct. Like,
So,
someone.
okay, now we're hitting on Jacob's greatest hits. The problem of the one and the many is an important philosophical problem that is included in the Bible. The Bible does talk about the one and the many explicitly.
Yeah, I don't like that framing, but
And
okay.
and there are many ways in which you can talk about the one and two, because in many ways the world is divided into two. And you can talk about the one and the three, which in many ways I can show you how the world has three canonical ways of being divided up, which come back to one. Or you can talk about one and four, or five, or six, or seven, or eight, or nine, or 10 famously, or 11, 12, 13, right?
Yes, you can. You can make many distinctions.
The
Yes.
question is, why are you privileging the number three?
Well, because there's why would I privilege anything else? Let me ask
The,
you that question
the
first.
only reason I would privilege anything else is because the Bible said so. And
Okay.
and since there's nowhere in even the Christian Bible, but certainly the Hebrew Bible, where any number is privileged in that manner, the fact that Christians insist on the three, I think is a historical relic. The fact is, if Justin Martyr talked about two gods, he didn't talk about three. And when you see the Christian
Okay,
develop,
but what would be a valid alternative? Give me one.
there is no valid alternative.
Well,
You
you
can
said
only
you could.
talk about the one. You can only talk about the one because you can only say about God those things which are
Right, but in Christianity, they would say that Jesus worshipped the Father, right?
okay.
Right. So like you said there, right? Like he's deferring to the Father. Okay.
Yeah.
Like so, like you can collapse it into one, but you can also colla- like expand it into these three realms, like I said, right? And in the realm, right? Like you can talk about it as a person or as a fingerprint, but there's a distinct expression of God within those three realms.
Okay. There are distinct expressions of God. I think in one and many, or one and infinite, is far better than one and three.
Oh,
And and the Bible
no,
does
yeah,
talk about the one and the many.
no, but no, but like the Bible talks about Christ being an Alpha and Omega, right? So that is covered in that sense. They're just doing it in a different manner.
It's
Of-
see again.
Or
I
like
I
now
have
I'm gonna have to double check if that's Christ, but like
I,
yeah, I
I,
think it
I
is
have
Christ.
I have not found anything that, to my surprise, I imagined that the Christian Bible explicitly taught the Trinity. That was my belief, and I ended up being wrong. Right?
Mhm.
So I don't see why a Christian, and this is like part of my disagreement with the other Noahide stuff, right? So most Noahides would say that it's not possible to be a Noahide and to be a Christian. I think it's possible to be a Noahide and to be a Christian, which in essence says that there is and can be something as Jewish Christianity. The fact is that Christianity has moved away from that for thousands of years.
Maybe, but to go back, right? Like I think, but this is just a theory of mine, that the Trinity becomes obvious when you practice Christianity, right? Because you have a relationship to three things, right? You have a relationship to Christ, you have a relationship to the Holy Ghost that Christ sent, and you have a relationship to the Father.
Do you have a relationship to Satan?
Um. Well, no. Like if you would do it correctly, you wouldn't.
Um, I mean, is it possible not to have a relationship to Satan? As I mean, so this is one of the things I constantly.
Well, let's just say it this way, right?
Trinity,
Like
I
you
mean,
you're you're
they are,
trying you're trying to embody the ideal, right? Where
yeah.
you have these three components, right? Like you agree with me that those three components exist.
I mean, I think you're forcing things into three components. I think you
Okay.
could easily force them into two components or five components.
Okay. Give me an example then.
Of two components,
Mhm.
Justin's Binitarianism. You have the Father and you have the Son. Why do you need a Holy Spirit? Where, how
Because Christ gave it to us.
why is that something why is that a person equivalent to the Father and the Son? Like the Father and the Son, they're talked about. Like the Holy Spirit could be just could be. It doesn't have to have a personage, and
Yeah, but
that's
now we're not talking about we're talking about a hierarchical relationship and a qualitative difference, right? And is like well, what is a person? Like is a person something that has an expression in the world?
uh,
Because
so I have problems with the term person, but
right,
honestly, like it sounds to me like you haven't engaged and you would benefit from engaging with a lot of the things that Sam Titteman has been engaging with as far as monarchy. And late, just yesterday, I think he released a video on dynamic monarchianism and the monarchical trinity. I,
okay.
I, from what you're telling me, it sounds like you actually your version of the Trinity sounds a lot like dynamic monarchianism, which I would say is much closer to Judaism than the Western concepts of the Trinity. And all of Eastern Orthodoxy, at least if you ask most Eastern Orthodox these days, would say that that's actually why they excommunicated the West, the Filioque, and the failure to acknowledge the monarchy of the Father. So, I mean, you could become Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, I don't think I need to become anything, but like um yeah, I want to respond to the devil, right? Like I think the ideal is that you have a relationship to God, right? And we can endlessly argue about how to qualify it, right? But I think that relationship expresses itself into three components, right? Like the Father, right, the Creator, and then a a and yeah, the what's the wording that I want to use? A expression as an ideal, right? That is flowing from Him and is a union with Him, right? Like an image of Him, but also Him, right? Like, and then there's something that expression within time from that is recognizable and relatable, right?
So, I mean, what you are describing seems to me to be a hierarchy within the Trinity, which
Yeah, but I think they're coexistent.
most most um, Western Christians would call that heretical.
Yeah, but I think they're coexistent. Like I think they cannot exist one without the other. Like they're necessarily coexistent.
Yeah, I really don't know where we're gonna go with this.
No,
Uh,
I'm just stating, right? Like I've looked at this many ways, right? And like all those components have to be there, right? And they cannot be united into separate, like into one, because they're in different realms, right? And they do have their own reality, like I don't even know what word to use there, but existence, right? And relatability. So like you can call it what you want, but like that's a reality to me. So like,
I mean, I'm not going to try to dissuade you. I think that's I think that's personally how you relate to it, and
well,
God,
yeah, you're saying that there's plenty of other ways of framing it, and like I'm not seeing another valid way. Like, yeah.
you, I, I think you could equally include the negative. You could include Satan into, like, you have
No,
you
no,
have
Satan is not
God,
divine.
you have the ideal, you have the Holy Spirit, and then you have that which is completely removed and opposite to it.
Right, but that's not God. Right, fine, but also that's opposite of God, right? Like,
But that is a required part of this this
right, like, yes,
structure you're including.
right, but that's not a thing that I will worship.
No, nobody said you should worship it.
Okay, but then like,
But, but
why
then
is that
you
part
have
of God?
what?
Why is that part of God then?
No, it's part of reality and existence.
Well, yes, but it's not God. Okay, like,
Okay, so all I would say to that is that only God the Father in what you're talking about is truly God and worthy of worship.
uh, why would the human perfection in relation to God not be worthy of worship too?
Why is it something separate to God Himself?
Well, that's the whole argument, that that person is identical with God. Like, that's what the
But
Trinity says.
hold on, but He isn't identical with God. Jesus obviously was able to die, be born, die, and be resurrected, right? So He's not identical with God. It's not an identity.
Yeah, I would go there differently with that argument. Like like I would it, like if he was floating above the waters, right? Like I don't, yeah.
I thought even Christians believed that was the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
Might
no,
not. Okay,
no, like, it's the word that was with him. Like, I don't know. Like,
I have to say, like, we've been going for 4 hours and we've gone through
yeah.
everything, and my brain is in fact going to explode. Um, so while it's been great talking to everyone, although I kind of wish Fawad hadn't come on because that didn't go well. Good night, everybody.
And that